Good morning. Welcome to the November 7th meeting of Transportation. Would you please call the roll, Mr. Wilson?
Councilman Ford. Present. Councilwoman Swearingen Washington.
Present.
Dr. Warren.
Present.
And Councilwoman Johnson. Present. And Chair Canale.
Here. Chair observes a quorum. Colleagues, we have 3 items on the agenda today. I think I want to go in order of 2, 3, 1, if that's okay with you all. Item 2 is a resolution to appropriate FY24 CIP funds in the amount of $5,750 for Memphis Innovation Corridor Bus Rapid Transit Project GA 03028 for the Memphis Area Transit Authority, all council districts, sponsored by the administration. Requests for same night minutes. Can I get a motion in a second?
Moved.
Moved by Warren, seconded by Ford. Mr. Rosenfeld?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Gary Rosenfeld, Chief Executive Officer of the Memphis Area Transit Authority. I'd like to take a moment just to hand you a brief sheet of paper that will outline the Memphis Innovation Corridor project. This is a $136 million project. About 75% roughly of the project is federally funded. The other 25% is locally funded. The amount of money we're seeking today is the 2024 fiscal apportionment of that local amount. There'll be one more year of this in next year's budget as well. We should be moving into the construction phase. Thank you very much. We should be moving into the construction phase just after the first year. We're hoping that we get the CIG or Capital Improvement Grant contract signed by the White House during the first quarter of calendar year 24. We ask your approval.
I'll give you a minute, colleagues. If anybody have any questions or want any further explanation from Mr. Rosenfeld?
Yes.
Councilwoman Johnson.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. I guess I'm catching up. I'm trying to read this too. Now, are you short 750,000? I'm a little concerned. Where did the 750,000?
Councilwoman, I believe that's the next agenda item.
You said 750,000?
No, $5,000,000.
Oh, okay, because I'm looking at $5 million. That's what I said. Wait a minute. Okay. No, I guess I'm on a 750. I want to know what happened. Okay. Thank you, Chair.
Colleagues, any other questions?
What is this?
Why don't you address that to Mr. Rosenfeld?
We've got this handout where you've got $30,592,733 in yellow. What is that?
I apologize. I gave all the copies.
Here's one.
That's the small starts. Local funds required is $30 million. That's what we've been building up to over the last few years.
So that's the total that we're going to be paying as a local government for this to receive the matching federal and state grants?
It will probably be the $36 million if you take the $6,700,000 from the top line of that same box area there and add it to that. It'll be about $36 million, and the balance will be federal funds.
And the reason that's in yellow is what?
Don't know.
Okay. It seemed like it must be important if it was marked, so I'm trying to figure out why it was marked. All right, thank you. But you don't know.
Chair,
Yes, ma'am.
and I guess this question may go to the Chairman, Jones. These are funds that we've already approved, and he's just actually receiving them at this point. So these are not any additional funds.
Correct.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
And I guess that's what my question is on the next one as well.
All right.
Okay.
No other questions, colleagues. We'll go to a vote, sending this downstairs with same night minutes. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
I'm also an aye. Any nays? That item passes. Item 3, resolution to appropriate FY24 CIP funds in the amount of $750,000 for Transit Vision Project GA03029 for the Memphis Area Transit Authority, all council districts, sponsored by the administration with a request for same night minutes. Can I get a motion in a second? Moved by Warren. Seconded by Swearingen Washington. Mr. Rosenfeld.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is $750,000 that is identified for transit vision projects. The sub-account would be for amenities, things like bus stop shelters and different programs. We do not have any money but programmed or budgeted in the fiscal 24 budget for new vehicles or for additional vehicles. So this is the extent of the total capital CIP budget for MATA for this year, the $5 million for the BRT project and the $750,000 for amenities for things like bus stops.
Councilman Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Rosenfeld. So I just heard you say we don't have anything budgeted for new buses, and I think at our last meeting you said we were down 10 buses after they were hit by cars. So
That's correct.
okay, so we're down 10 buses. We're not planning on buying 10 more.
Well, we would like to, but we don't have any funding for it in the fiscal 24 budget at this point.
Okay, is it something you're going to be bringing to us?
Certainly hope so.
When should we be expecting it?
You could expect that probably before the end of the year.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
But I think it's worth noting, and you addressed this last time, is that the federal funding will not allow us to buy any diesel-powered buses, that it only has to go to electric, right?
Yes, sir. In terms of any discretionary grant project that we might apply for, it would always have to be a electric vehicle. If we were to utilize our federal program funds out of the 5307 account, we could do diesel-powered buses, but we're currently consuming all of our 5307 account in preventative maintenance costs that would need to be replaced from the general fund, with general fund dollars, so that we could properly allocate the monies that come to Memphis for the true and real items that they're intended for. It is a legitimate use of 5307 dollars to pay for preventative maintenance expenses on both the fleet and our facilities, which is what it does. And it ranges in the $14 to $15 million range on an annual basis.
And the total cost for diesel is about $750 for one?
$750 to $850, depending on what day of the week, based on supply chain issues.
And for the electric with charging station is about $2 million?
$2 million, $1 million for the bus, $1 million for the charger.
Okay.
And since we're just getting into the electric vehicle fleet, we'll be doing the one-for-one for quite some time. And then after that, after we are able to get 40 or 50 buses done over the next several years, we would be able to rely on the existing charging stations.
Okay. Any other questions?
Yes,
Councilwoman Johnson.
back. Thank you. I'm just curious, how did you come up with 750,000?
We price vehicles on a regular basis through.
No, I mean for your request here, for your CIP.
Councilwoman, that number was given to us. That was the administration putting together the budget, and they did not confer with us.
So when did they give you this number?
During the budget process this last year. That was what was presented during the budget hearings for CIP.
How much you can use it for?
Well, I know that it's programmed into, amenities, which means like bus stop shelters and things that will improve the passenger experience. Is it buses? No, it's not programmed for that. We would have to do a budget adjustment in order to do that, which we've done those in the past. But the actual capital needed to operate MATA on a go-forward basis for replacement purposes should be in the $7 to $8 million range. And then if we could get those 5307 funds shifted back into operating budget rather than coming off of the federal capital budget, we would only need to match the federal capital budget with 20%. So if we were looking at diesel-powered buses, for
I'm not
example,
worried about the buses. I'm worried about the 750,000, what you intend to do with it. You just said they just gave it to you. So what are you gonna do with it?
well, we're going to do amenities for passengers.
How many? I mean, you don't have any idea what we can expect?
The bus stop shelters, as we've shared with the council before, run about $35,000 to $40,000 a piece. When you look at the actual cost of the shelter, the cost of the construction to install it, the requirement to provide ADA access to the different shelters. We have a backlog of over 200 locations that need bus stop shelters, and we will, as we have the ability to go do those projects, we will move forward with them. We've done, I believe, 25 projects already this year with prior year funds
In regards to shelters.
in regards to shelters.
So when you get around to it, so, I don't know, I just think it's strange. They come in here and ask for $750,000, can't tell you what they're gonna do with it. So I guess this is what I'm gonna do with it. And I just wish that, and I understand how you got the money, you shared that, but it look like it'll be a little bit more precise for what we can anticipate to see out there. That's my concern.
Councilman, I share your concerns, but when we're underfunded the way we are, we have to be very cautious about the way we spend it.
And that's what I'm
when
trying
we-
to do, to
when
make
we-
sure the people understand.
Yeah.
If we grant 750 to you, and that's just common sense. If you're gonna come in here and ask for 750, tell me what you're gonna use it for. Well, I'm gonna work on these amenities. It should be a list of amenities. This is what we're projecting.
And that list exists, ma'am. We've got the list and we've shared it with the council. What we do have, again, because of the level of funding for capital and operating, we have to make decisions in real time. We do not enjoy the luxury of being able to plan it all out
No
because
one does.
we just had,
To that extent.
well, I understand, ma'am, but
But I don't wanna sit here and go back and forth with you, okay?
Okay.
I'm just saying, I just think it would be only righteous if somebody's gonna ask for 750, this is how we got to 750. We're gonna have to stop. This body been saying it all along, maybe I'm too late catching on. But people gotta be a little bit more accountable. If you say you're gonna buy apples, show us how many apples you're gonna buy. That's all I'm asking for. If you ask for 750, just say, okay, I'm gonna do some amenities. What kind of amenities? Shelters. How many? Well, at least you should have given us a projection so we'll know what to look for out there in the streets if the funds have been used. That's all.
Mr. Rosenfeld, could you provide the list before 3:30 for the 200 backlog locations of bus stop shelters? Colleagues, this is this is akin to if you relate this to engineering, we have intersections all over the city that need to be upgraded, and they're about 750,000 to upgrade intersections. So Manny just going by his list, one at a time. It's the same with speed humps, and you have the budget, and you go around. We have more needs than we have money for speed humps. So he goes down the list. So I think it would be helpful if you could provide the list of, and are they based upon need on years of?
they're based on the utilization of the stops.
Okay.
So the most used bus stops are at the top of the list.
Okay, so colleagues, if we get the list of the backlog of 200 bus stops that need replacing, we know they're about $35,000 a piece. You can do the math on how many we can do. And
Question.
21.
Councilman Warren, Chair Jones, and then Councilman Ford.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was going to point out that they could do 21 shelters with this, and that's all it's going to do. And I was going to ask and confirm that we had 200 shelters that still needed to be done. So thank you for bringing that up, and thank you.
Chair Jones, and then Councilman Ford.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Colleagues, I just want to, or what may be helpful for, this is just a general statement for whomever's listening, Mr. Rosenfeld, see Ms. Ryan here. We go through the budget process and we may have a detailed of what it is there, but then when it comes to the appropriation, which is what this is, Ms. Roosevelt, we have a list that's 1,000 lines long, and so I think what Ms. Johnson is saying, when we come to appropriate it, it would be helpful to remind us, okay, well, you all approved this during the budget, and here's what it's for. This is appropriation, and I think that goes back to what Chair Canale is saying about having that list. We can't be expected to recall we know this 750,000, and the next meeting you can come up with something else along those lines, and we're not going to be able to call what that is. So it just may be helpful with these appropriations once it is appropriated for us to see what this money is being spent for, and I think that would have helped us avoid these questions here. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Councilman Ford.
Thank you, Chair. Does this have anything to do with the station at Brooks and Third? Some of this money?
The station at Brooks, I believe it does, Councilman. That station is also part of the North-South BRT project. That's the next BRT project as a whole. So I'll double check and I'll point it out in the listing that I provide for you later today.
Okay, appreciate it. Thank you.
Colleagues, any other questions? All right, let's go to a vote. Please let the record show. I don't think I said earlier, Chair Jones has joined us, and now Vice Chair Smiley has joined us. We're going to go to a vote on item 3. All those in favor of sending this downstairs with same night minutes signify by saying aye.
Aye.
I'm also an aye. Any nays? Ayes have it. That item passes. Thank you, Mr. Roosevelt. We'll see you at 3:30, hopefully with the list beforehand.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Colleagues, we are. Then you can make a motion to hold it.
Schedule time.
Ms. Malden will be back with you on that later this week.
That's very important, because I want to make sure people don't lose their jobs during these holiday seasons and everything else, okay? Very, very important.
Thank you, sir.
Colleagues, item number 1 is a discussion on the train wait times at traffic crossings in District 4. District 4, Super District 8, requested by Councilwoman Swearingen Washington. Who's here to speak on this? If you'd give us your name and address for the record, and then you may begin, sir.
Good morning. My name is Michael Garriga. I'm with BNSF Railway, 5280 East Shelby Drive. Good morning.
Good morning.
Mr. Chair, if it pleases the committee and the council, would it be appropriate if I gave just kind of a little overview of BNSF? I haven't been before the committee before, just for those who are aware of who we are and what we do, if that's okay. So BNSF Railway is headquartered in Fort Worth, Texas. I'm the Executive Director for Public Affairs. I'm based here in Memphis, and I cover the Southeastern Territory. We have about 32,500 track miles operating mostly in the western part of the United States, 28 states west, 2 Canadian provinces. We do come east of the Mississippi here in Memphis, traverse the north half of Mississippi and into Birmingham, which is our easternmost point. We have about 400 employees here in Memphis. If y'all are familiar with our facility, Shelby and Lamar Avenue, got a $250 million intermodal facility there at Shelby on Lamar Avenue. I'm sure you've driven by it numerous times and seen our big cranes move about 350,000 containers a year out of that facility. We provide service to a lot of customers here in Memphis, names like Nike, Amazon, Walmart, Kellogg, J.B. Hunt, Cargill, FedEx, Nucor, Toyota, and Tupelo. So we're not just a Memphis facility. We obviously serve the region, the Mid-South, and we're a logistics partner to trucking as well. Move a lot of products, anything and everything you can think of, from your Apple phone to your smartphone to automobiles and ag products, furniture, auto parts, industrial products like steel, sand, and aggregate for making concrete. I'd also like to just point out here at BNSF in Memphis, we have many community partners as well. We partner with the Boys and Girls Club of Memphis, which actually I'm incoming chair of the board of directors. I'm very proud to serve on the Boys and Girls Club. We do a lot of great things, have a great relationship, great partnership with the city of Memphis through the Boys and Girls Club. We work with the Mid-South Food Bank. We have a partnership with the Shelby County Conservancy, Special Olympics of the Mid-South, among many others. Also, I'd be remiss if I didn't, with Mr. Bobby White in the room, didn't mention we're also a member of the Memphis Chamber, of which I serve on the Government Affairs Committee. So, as the agenda said today, we're here to discuss some of the delays at crossings, and Councilwoman Swearingen Washington and I had a good conversation last week. Did you get my photos also? We got the graffiti off the Jersey barrier, the K-rail. So got that removed pretty quickly. I was very impressed by our own folks to get that handled so quickly. I would like to just go on record and say I can only speak for BNSF Railway today. I can't speak for the entire industry. As everyone well knows, you have 5 of the 6 Class 1 railroads operating here in Memphis, which is a great thing. You've got great rail service here in Memphis. Having 5 Class 1s, Mr. White will attest, you've got an outstanding logistics partnership with railroads here in Memphis, and that's a huge economic development selling point, not just with your interstate network and having the river, but also having 5 of the 6 Class 1s in America located here. Safety is paramount to BNSF. We don't compromise on safety. We're investing billions of dollars back into our network every year to improve efficiency and especially safety. We just don't compromise when it comes to operation of safety when it comes to rail operations. That's really all I have as far as just an overview of my company. Just as it concerns and related to the footprint that we have here in Memphis, I mentioned our facility. Our network comes into Memphis over our own privately owned Frisco Bridge, which is the middle bridge. You got the 55 bridge, and then the Harahan Bridge, which is the big river crossing, and then our rail bridge is in the middle. That's the Frisco Bridge. We come into Memphis through downtown. We have Memphis is also an interchange point. East-west carriers meet here in Memphis, just like they do in Chicago, St. Louis, New Orleans. So you've got interchange point with eastern carriers like Norfolk Southern, CSX, and also the western carriers, NS and Union Pacific, BNSF and Union Pacific. So our footprint comes into the downtown area, moves across downtown and KC Junction, which is where roughly the 240 area between downtown and midtown is. That's where the interchange point is. And then our network runs basically parallel to Lamar Avenue to our facility there at Shelby and Lamar and on down to Olive Branch, Mississippi, and on the Tupelo. So that's kind of our footprint. So that's just a basic overview of BNSF and the footprint here in Memphis. And I appreciate the opportunity to be here today. And I'm happy to get into the discussion of the crossing delays that you brought to our attention, or answer any other questions for that matter.
Thank you for being here today, Councilwoman Swearinger Washington. And then anybody has any questions after that?
Yes, sir, Chair. Thank you. I brought you here because I wanted to express the concern of the community members in the District 4 area. They're concerned with their safety when it comes to being able to exit the community. You feel like you're almost trapped in by the trains. I know I've been in that community for over 50 years. And that one railroad, it covers Castalia, Oaklawn, South Parkway, McLemore. And when you're in those areas, there's also an area over there by a cemetery going to Hamilton High School. I can't think of that street. Over there by, it used to be Parkway Gardens Church.
Willette Crossing?
But it's another church.
Roselle.
Roselle.
There you go. Yep.
Yes. All right now. You better know. But often when you're at the train.
That's how he gives directions.
Yeah, he knows. Often when you're at the train, it takes a long time. Sometimes there's a train going one direction and then another one will go the other direction. Often it will stop for a long wait time. And community members are very concerned. They're just very concerned to see if something can be done about that, because when you're on Southern, they're going so fast. When you're over there close to the Mendenhall area, the trains are going real fast, and you don't have to wait as long. So we're very concerned.
Sure. I understand the frustration, the concern. A little more overview. We run roughly 30 trains a day through Memphis. Our main line that runs through that I mentioned earlier, we have a double track, which is a good thing. We have basically an interstate for the railroad that runs through the city of Memphis. So I'm surprised to hear you say when we're stopped, because very rarely, I've spoken to all of our operations, but we don't rarely stop. Now, we do move 40 miles an hour through the city, so but not always. There can be a number of reasons why a train is either stopped or going slower. Some trains could even be longer.
Let me stop you right there. Sometimes not only will they stop, they'll start going backwards, go the other direction. And I also want to share with you, now, Councilman Martavius Jones and Councilman Smiley lives in the same area. Am I dreaming?
They stop almost inevitably at crossing from Cooper Young into Glenview.
Right. And
Always. So I drive all the way around.
Saturday for the game.
They stopping.
I promise you, I walk my dog. But now what we have to identify, colleagues, is that might not be theirs. Okay. So we have to identify, because I was about to ask you, if you could tell us what the other 4, what is it, class 1?
Yes.
Are. And so what we would have to do, colleagues, is have to look at a map, because the one that's running down Southern, that is whom?
That is the Norfolk Southern Railroad, and they're an Eastern carrier.
Okay.
And I believe you spoke to Mr. Miller last week as well.
He's going to come as well.
So here's one other caveat to that. As I mentioned, Memphis is an Eastern-Western exchange point, call it a gateway. You will see a BNSF train going onto the Norfolk Southern line down Poplar Corridor. What happens is we bring intermodal trains, container trains, merchandise trains, whatever you want to call them, from the ports on the West Coast into Memphis. We, instead of changing out equipment with their locomotives and our locomotives, we just, crew gets off, their crew gets on at the exchange point, and they take it. So you'll see a BNSF locomotive on a Norfolk Southern Railroad track. That's technically their train because it's their track. You might see the same with a coal train. We do hand those trains out. Same with CSX, we exchange. You'll see their trains going westbound. So it is a little confusing.
I just wonder, is it a way that you all could communicate with each other to be sensitive to the train tracks?
Well, we're always sensitive.
Area?
We're always sensitive. Anytime there is, and someone mentioned they stop and they back up. Now that could be like at Castalia.
Yes.
Castalia, we have a yard there. That's a switching yard. Kellogg's is nearby. We switch Kellogg's. They're a customer of ours. We go into Kellogg. We switch cars. When you see those trains going back and forth, they're pulling out the empty cars, putting in loaded cars, vice versa. So that's called sawing.
Are there schedules that are available that we could at least? We can't do that either.
Switching schedules possibly, but when it comes to running trains, running locomotives, I mean, when a train, and I'd love to invite the entire council to our facility and show you what we do there and how we put trains together. Once a train is put together and is ready to be outbound for its destination, crew comes in and there it goes. So there's no real timetable or schedule like you would have like a passenger service.
So what can I tell the community members?
Well, so there's some options here. In I believe it was last year, Congress passed the infrastructure bill, which there's I'm trying to remember how much. There was some $6.5 billion appropriated for what's called the Grade Crossing Illumination Program. That's a program that we had, as an industry, have been pushing for a number of years. It allows for communities to put plans together and work towards engineering and designing and partnering with the railroad to secure funds to build grade separations, eliminate the crossing to where you've got overpasses. That's one route. I mean, there's ways to identify certain corridors within the city to look at closing crossings. Those will be incentivized by the railroad, but also more specifically that grade crossing elimination program. The first round of money was appropriated earlier this year. I think it was $500 to $600 million a year, and communities can work and partner with the host railroad on those projects, and then you've got an overpass. You've got grade separation. Like you have certain segments of our line that runs through the city that are grade separated. I think there's one at, trying to think where they are, but there are grade separated overpasses, and that would be one way to eliminate some of these. And we've had meetings with the engineering office. Our folks in Fort Worth, our engineering team has relationships here. We're happy to work with the engineering team with the city and talk about some of these problem points, pinch points, whatever you want to call them, and see if we can't look for some solutions there. Now, those solutions take a little longer. You got to design and engineer and build, but that's one option.
Well, look like until then, you could say, we're not going to wait so long in this area. Can we spread the love where you can wait,
Yes, and look,
in some other areas?
I have spoken to my other colleagues. We have a rail association here in the state of Tennessee with representatives that are my counterparts. I'm happy to provide their contact information for the other railroads because, some of these may be BNSF, some of these may be other railroads. You might want to have conversations with them as well. Norfolk Southern. And that's who you spoke with, I believe, it was
Yes,
last
he's
Wednesday.
gonna come as well.
Okay, Mr. Miller, okay.
Have a good time with him.
Yes.
Councilman Ford Senior.
Thank you. I know we're dealing with that area, but that's all over the city. Boxtown area, they do the same thing. You know, Mitchell Road, yeah, all the way from Elvis Presley, Mitchell, wherever the railroad stations. Thank you for coming.
Yes,
This
sir.
is what we need you to do, okay?
Yes, sir.
We need you to go to Congressman Cohen's office, and we need you to go to our senators that don't do anything, okay?
Okay,
Yeah, I'm just being honest. They don't do anything.
We have-
And one, I want Marsha Blackburn, listen to me. I hope you're hearing, okay? You need to get rid of it. But federal government has a lot to do with it, okay?
Yes.
When it comes down to the train, you can do what you can do on your little part, but it's more like he was saying, it's not just your trains.
that's correct. Yes.
Okay, and all. And they're very hard to deal with, but you have to go through Congress, the congressional office and your senators to make them try to move. Other than that, they don't care. And we need you to kind of help us along the way with that.
We can certainly do that. We have a group of folks in Washington that work for the BNSF, just like
Yeah.
me, and they have relationships with those congressional offices, and I'm happy to support the council in any way to have those conversations and have that dialogue on these various funding programs for
Because we can
infrastructure
say anything, but they don't look at us, but they'll look more at the congressional offices, and that's why I said they need to help us along the way with all of those different things.
If I may, Mr. Chair.
We've dealt with that before when I was on the council before. Hey, it's been years. So, I mean, it's
I understand.
nothing new. But like I said, they look at us like we're nobody. They won't move, okay? But now that's why we need federal government, all our Congress and senators that sit there and do nothing but collect a check, okay?
Understood.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Colleagues, is that it? Councilwoman Johnson.
Great, thank you.
Mike, please.
I'm sorry, what should be the average time frame a person should have to wait for a train to pass?
Good question.
I hate to answer it this way, but it's the only way I know how to answer it. It's going to vary because every train is different. Every train type is different. We have trains from the West Coast coming in that are container trains and I know that I'm not answering the yes or no.
I guess my question is there any guidelines or laws to say how long a train can actually
I'll say this, but to the point that the councilwoman made earlier. If we have a train that has a mechanical issue and it's parked because of, for whatever reason, that mechanical issue caused that, our crews are instructed, if it's going to be a significant amount of time, they're instructed to cut the train to the crossing for those safety reasons. I did want to point that out. But as far as average time, I mean, I can't answer that because you may have a local train, call it a local, that's just going to switch a local factory or a local customer, and they're going to have, 10 cars, and that'd be 30 seconds. But we could have trains coming from the West Coast loaded with double stacked containers with 140 cars. That could be, 8 minutes. I mean, I'd hate to say that on record because I'm not speaking accurately. It's just a guess, but it could be anything. Every train is different.
Okay, what would you consider unreasonable amount of time?
A reasonable, what would I consider?
Unreasonable. I mean,
Would I consider unreasonable?
Come on,
I
I'm
mean,
waiting on the number.
I mean, well,
No, you're the pro.
I mean, I cross railroad tracks in Collierville and Germantown every day, and I wait for trains just like everybody else, and I understand the frustration, but there's a service there. There's a part of the economy that's moving.
Just a number.
I know, and
I'm here to say it's sometimes we're 10 and 15 minutes waiting on someone.
Yeah.
I mean,
I just want to know what you.
It took me. I left my house at 7:15 this morning, 7:20 this morning, and it took me a long time to get here today because of just regular traffic. I mean, there are traffic.
I'm not talking about traffic. We're talking about trains.
Okay.
Chairman.
I understand. I mean,
But I'm just saying.
Just want to say one more sentence.
So I guess the question is, would would your organization or any of the others be concerned about any extensive periods of time people are being held up on a daily, continuous process?
Yes,
Okay, who would we contact to inform them we're having these problems?
me. For BNSF Railway, you could contact me, just like Councilwoman Swearingen in Washington did last week. If there's another railroad that operates in your district, I'm trying to remember the district lines and which railroad runs through which, but I'm happy to provide the contact information for those railroads.
Because people call and complain, and we needed that. Okay, who's responsible for keeping it clean around those crossings?
If it's within the railroad right-of-way, depending on how many feet of right-of-way we have and own, that's our private property, and we're responsible for keeping it clean. We're responsible for spraying and mowing and maintaining.
What happens when you call? Because we were trying to get one cleaned off over there on Whitehaven Lane, and it took forever.
And that's going to be a different railroad, and I'm happy to get them, get your contact
that was
information.
the thing. Then the second question is the arms. Sometimes the arms are broken.
Okay.
How do you get the arms
There is
repaired?
a blue sign on every crossing that identifies which railroad owns that crossing, and there's a 1-800 number that's going to go directly for my company. That's going to go directly to a network operations center, and you can notify that the arms are broken. They will make sure that a signal maintainer or a signal supervisor or somebody that's responsible for maintaining that signal is made aware. In my territory, I have relationships with a lot of local leaders, and so they'll call me, and I'll make sure I get a call in to the network operations center and also our local, because if there is a signal that's damaged or broken or not functioning, we need to know about it. Now, we do also have very sophisticated circuitry that runs through those signals, and if there's something wrong, they're typically alerted pretty quickly, and they're on the case pretty quick.
The ones we're working on, we're taking some time, and I really don't know if the arm's been replaced yet. On Whitehaven Lane, going over to the Melvin Cole place, I don't believe it's been replaced. But we've called, sent messages, so at least we know to look for the blue tag,
sign.
But we've been calling.
That will identify the railroad, and also the 1-800 number will
Okay.
also get you to their operations center.
Okay, you also spoke about a potential grant that would the federal government has just issued that it's for overpass.
Yes, ma'am.
How would that look? Can you describe what such an arrangement would look like?
An arrangement in terms of
This overpass that you.
so. You got. I'll just use an example today. Currently, I think Parkway would be an example we've used today. The engineers would work. City engineers would work with our engineers to design a way to get Parkway over the railroad tracks, so there would be enough clearance so that trains can come. It'd be like a bridge, like you have some of those in and around downtown. You have like at Florida Street. I mean, you have bridges that. Okay. In those cases, I think the roads go underneath the tracks.
That's what I visualized. I said, but I just can only imagine how that would just take away from the beauty of Parkway, the trees, etc. But okay, that's the thought. All right, that's all I needed. Thank you for your information. Very informative. Thank you, Chair.
Yes, ma'am. Councilwoman Swearingen from Washington, then Councilman Warren.
I just want to thank you so much for coming, and I want to thank you for cleaning up that graffiti.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Would you be able to provide a contact list of your fellow railroad brothers and sisters?
I believe the
contact information for them.
I will. There is a vacancy right now with one of my counterpart railroads, but they're working to fill that position. But I can still get you a contact for that company.
Okay.
And they'll have one. They'll actually have someone and have had someone staged here in Memphis, officed here in Memphis. So you'll have a local contact.
And last, I would like to invite you to drive in that area on South Parkway.
Absolutely.
And actually experience waiting or, going on those tracks over in the Oakland area, Castalia, South Parkway, and Roselle.
Absolutely.
I think it will make a difference for you to experience.
And I'm happy to meet and talk with constituents. I've just a little sidebar, if I may. I met with some of Councilman Ford's constituents yesterday about some real concerns in the crossings over at the causeway, and I believe we're working on that today.
And come in different times, like in the morning as well as afternoon, 4:35. Okay, sounds good. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate the opportunity to be here. And
Yes, sir.
Thank you. I just wanted to say that I think part of what people are talking about may have to do with where your exchanges occur and how that slows traffic. When you see traffic going down, I guess, Poplar, it looks like it's going really fast. Okay, when you see it in these other areas closer to where your, I guess, exchange areas are, it slows down and backs up and goes forward and back. And I think Councilman Johnson's question is, what's a reasonable time? Is a reasonable question. I know you can't answer because it's going to be different based on what's going on at a time. But I think what you should say, or at least try to strive for, is with most exceptions, we don't want to have a street blocked for more than 5 or 10 minutes or 15 minutes or whatever, and come back and tell us what your goals are.
Okay.
As opposed to, because we know there'll be exceptions, but there should be a goal.
sure.
And that's what we're looking for. Thank
Understood.
you.
Could I address the
Sure.
one question where you see the trains running a little bit faster speed? I don't know exactly what speed they run on that particular stretch of track on Poplar, but I do want to mention we run at 40 miles an hour, and track speeds are determined and granted based on track classification, based on what the FRA designates. So track two speed, track two classification is at 40, track 3 is at 60. I believe I've got those numbers right. But that's all dependent on track classification. But you're correct. Yes. Every train is different. Lengths of trains are longer, and I do appreciate the concerns, and we're going to work to ensure that there's a reasonable wait time at these crossings, and do what we can to coexist with the traveling public.
And bring us back that information.
Happy
That'd be good.
to.
Thank you.
Happy
Thank
to.
you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
That's 45 seconds.
That was too long. Could you provide your contact for all of us? There's one council member that is not present, and if you can answer the question in 30 seconds. It was about quiet zones. I know we have a couple of quiet zones in Memphis. What's the industry's view on them, and or would you be willing to work with the council in establishing more of those throughout the city?
Always happy and willing to partner with any community on a quiet zone. A quiet zone is not a designation granted by the railroad company itself. It is a designation by the FRA. The FRA sets the standards for each specific crossing. They come out and do a diagnostics review to determine what's needed at this crossing in terms of safety apparatus. Once that is established, then it's designed and engineered. And once everything's in place, whether that's additional arms, gates, flashers, curbs, medians to prevent cars from meandering through the crossing, the FRA will designate that status and grant that quiet zone. But it's not a designation granted by the railroad company itself, but we do partner with communities on those, and I'm happy to partner with the city of Memphis just like we would any other community. And we will make sure the FRA is engaged as well. But it's really incumbent on the city to initiate that. But we're always a willing partner. And did you say you wanted my contact?
If you could provide it to all of the council members. Yeah. If you have any business cards, or if you could email all of us, provide your contact.
I'll pass out business
Great.
cards.
And thank you again for your time.
Plenty. Oh, I'm sorry, FR, Federal Railroad Administration, and they're our regulating agency under the United States Department of Transportation. Apologies for the acronym, but yeah.
Thank you again for your time. We appreciate you being here today. Colleagues, anything?
I call the Public Works, Solid Waste, and General Service Committee to order. Ms. Key, you know what to do.
Councilman Canali, Councilman Carlo, Councilman Ford, Councilwoman Johnson, Councilman Jones, Councilwoman Logan, Councilwoman Robinson, Councilwoman Swearingen Washington,
Present.
Councilman Warren, Chair Smiley.
I'm here barely today because it's starting off kind of rough. Call item 5 first. We're gonna call. We have five items on the agenda. We're gonna go with item number 5 first because Ms. Keaton told me that's what I need to do today. I'm gonna follow her lead. Item number 5: discussion on illegal dumping at Airways Boulevard and Carnes Avenue, Council District 4, Super District 8, requested by Councilwoman Swearingen Washington. Councilwoman, the floor is yours.
Yes, we're having some challenges with the overpass on Airways in District 4. And we're needing some consistent support for someone to check that area to make sure that it is in order. There is a clip that I would like to share with the council at this time, please.
Light illegal dumping, something Memphis is seen all the time, but it's usually near abandoned buildings, maybe empty lots. One site in Orange Mound, dumpers have decided to drop their waste off just literally in the road. Look at that.
Fox 13's Dominic Dillon is joining us live from Orange Mound tonight. Dominic, you learned that this issue, it in fact goes back to 2008.
Yeah, 2x4s like this, tires, vehicles, all dumped under this viaduct here in Orange Mound. And this is an issue that we've been reporting on for years now. Today, we learned this issue is just the tip of the iceberg.
I love Orange Mound.
Paula Campbell moved back to Orange Mound nearly 20 years ago. Since then, she and her husband have renovated and moved into several homes in the community.
We want to revitalize. We want to do whatever we can to make our community beautiful like it was in the past.
A dream that seems out of reach when she drives through Carnes Avenue and Airways Boulevard, a makeshift landfill.
As you can see, and it's like going
all along this road here. A pile of wood, several loose tires, furniture, trash, and even a car, until recently, illegally dumped under the viaduct.
Janice Swearingen Washington, who is our city councilwoman, and whenever I call her or text her, we get results. Someone comes out, they pick up.
The problem has gone on for years. You can see it in Google Street View images as far back as 2008. So what you're reporting is just the tip of the iceberg.
Yes, yes. I mean, look at this. So that means that they're going over on that side and dumping from that side as well.
And the cycle continues and expands farther than Campbell knew at the train tracks nearby.
And it needs to be taken care of. I mean, we should not have to live like this.
We reached out to Councilwoman Jana Swearingen Washington about this incident. She sent us this statement. It reads in part, the responsibility for maintaining that area falls under the jurisdiction of the state of Tennessee, but her office is currently conducting additional research to explore the options available, which may include measures such as installing fencing and implementing security cameras from the state of Tennessee. Darcy?
That is Fox 13's Dominic Dillon reporting live in Orange Mound tonight. Thank you so much, Dominic.
So we're trying to see how we can get some consistent support in these areas. We have people that are willing to move back into the community, invest in the community, but it's just tearful. It's tearful. So we're trying to see how we can partner with the state regularly. If there's some people that can monitor those areas that are state responsibilities, what can we do to feel that our constituents can feel that they're valued? So I'd like to open the door to Connect so he can respond. And
Director Connect, you heard Fox 13. Councilwoman Jana Swearingen Washington gets results. So help her continue to get results.
Yes.
The floor is yours.
Robert Connect, Public Works Director. as the councilman alluded to, we have reached out to the state. The state wanted to partner with the city to help maintain the area. We have cleaned it up. We did that ourselves. The city workforces, and we did install covert cameras. So there are covert cameras out there now, and there has been illegal dumping since then, and we have captured individuals.
Good.
So we're moving forward with MPD to start the process to prosecute. So we'll get results. It may take a little bit of time, but we're going to continue to have the cameras and monitoring, and then we'll clean up. And hopefully through those actions, once it's noted that we are prosecuting and we're identifying perpetrators, that should deter, obviously. That's usually what we've seen. So that's what we're doing. And that's what we're going to continue to do, is to monitor and track and identify.
Is it the city's responsibility to notify the state? Who's responsible for monitoring?
Well, I mean, it's...
Or is it both?
It's kind of a situation where Carnes is a city street. Airways is a state route. It's the state's bridge that's over Carnes.
Mm-hmm.
So their right of way kind of exists over ours. So it's a very combination thing where it kind of best interest of both parties to work together because of the way that the city street crosses under the state route. So I think that the state will come in and help as needed. They don't have the cameras and the people that we do. They don't have the environmental enforcement team and the legal dumping team that we have. So I think we'll do the best in this situation to keep up with it and try to, again, stop the cycle of dumping here.
Now, seeing all those tires on that railroad area, I hate that the railroad representative just left. Would that be the state's responsibility or the railroad's responsibility?
Railroad.
Okay, so we'll make sure that he sees that video.
Yeah, there's a way to communicate with them, and so they know we communicate to them frequently. They are a whole different entity and under different guidances, So, but if
can you communicate with him about that area that we just saw?
Yeah, I'll make sure we reach out to the railroad correspondents there and make them aware that this is happening.
Okay.
All right, Councilwoman Logan, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. Colleagues, unfortunately, this happens hundreds and hundreds of places across our city. The behavior of the citizenry has changed, and we are not going back to the old days, to the days when we were coming up when people didn't want to throw paper on their trash. They, were taught not to do that. It's just different. So we are going to have to do something different. In addition to education, in addition to cleanups, I mean, we can clean up one day and the next day it's horrible. So we have to be realistic, and we're really going to have to put our heads together with the administration and find a solution. If the citizens of Memphis, because it's not Public Works that's putting the trash over there. It's happening in the communities, and that's where we live. So we're going to have to put something in place to go by and clean it up. We got to clean it up. If we want to live in a clean city, there are citizens that are throwing trash and stuff everywhere. The city is not going down there doing it, but we have to clean it up. Like for the last 3 weeks, and I know it's the state, but right there coming to downtown on Interstate 40, before you get to Danny Thomas, it's the overpass. It's trash everywhere. Have you seen it? It is, and it's still there. It's been there for 3 weeks. I don't get it. It's like everybody that's coming downtown sees that. Everybody leaving downtown sees that. And so I know that's a state issue. So we need to have somebody that is responsible for the state routes, because the state's not monitoring it. We have to monitor and tell them, come clean up this part of our city that you're responsible for, because they're not going to know. And so it appears that when you call them, they'll come, they'll get it done. But there has to be someone now that is going through the city looking at these state areas, because I have a number of them in my district. And, we're always calling, we're always asking TDOT or the state to do these things, and they're working. But like you said, they don't have the staff. So we have to take charge of those, not take charge, but responsibility for making certain that they're taking those areas. And we're going to have to change what we're doing, because the behaviors of our citizens have changed and they're not going back. So that's something we definitely need to come with a solution with. I know we had the environmental enforcement, And we have some things that'll be introduced later today through solid waste management. But we really are gonna have to take a holistic approach to this and realistic approach. Thank you, your back chair.
Councilwoman Issa Thomas.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks for bringing this item, Councilwoman. Like Councilwoman Logan said, we have dumping issues everywhere. I received some pictures from County Commissioner Caswell this morning discussing on the difference in the neighborhoods around his church, Impact Baptist Church that's in Fraser, because of, unfortunately, the letting go of the contract of Lifeline to Success and how they really impacted and helping fill in gaps of cleaning up the dumping of where we've seen in a lot of our distressed and underserved communities. Do you, Director Connect, I know you're not solid waste, but you see some of the same things. Do you think that having a partner such as what we had in Lifetimes of Success really helped or alleviate some of the picking up of the dumping that we saw? Or do you think that partnerships won't make too much of a difference when we talk about illegal dumping?
No, I wholeheartedly believe in working in partnership with entities that help keep our city clean. We do it through lots of different ways, either through grants or with like Memphis City Beautiful and our programming with them, community engagement, community cleanups. That's where we, obviously get the most buy-in and work the most closely with individuals who are trying to keep their communities clean. Mm-hmm. We're spending, $6-7 million a year picking up litter in our city. And that's just directly. There's indirect costs that go a long ways along that. We're probably spending $10 million a year picking up litter and blight in our city. So that's a lot of resources that go to this issue. And you see that it's difficult to actually keep up with it, So I do agree. I continue that. I think we've been creative together in partnership. We had a dumpster days event this last Saturday. We had great participation. I think we had almost 200 people come through, and we had 12 dumpsters that were utilized. So that's a good sign that we do offer it. People do tend to use it. In our community convenience centers stay busy. We're getting a lot of usage there. So I think we got to continue to try to make those options available and engage in partnerships as much as we can.
Yeah, I'm glad you feel that way too. Colleagues, I know that in Fraser specifically, there has been a visual difference since the loss of their partnership that was specifically for helping with dumping in Fraser. So I can't even imagine, what's going on in District 4 without some of those partnerships. But maybe that's something that we need to explore for this budget coming up, to see folks who are tried and true in our neighborhoods who do good work that help the city alongside to alleviate some of those issues with dumping. So that's what I'll be looking at coming in this next year.
Thank you, Councilwoman, the Queen of North Memphis. Dr. Warren, the floor is yours.
Thank you. I don't know if it's possible, but it seems to me like one of our legislative agenda items may be to ask the state for permission for us to confiscate vehicles that are illegally dumping over and over again. Like right now, I don't think we have that authority, but if we could get that authority from the state, that might be one thing that would stop people from illegally dumping. So if you knew you were taking your truck out there and you're dumping someplace and we catch you doing it 3 times, we take your truck and sell it. That eliminates your ability to do the dumping. So in my mind, that's one thing that I think we might be able to get our state legislators to help us with as we go ahead. Councilman Easter Thomas, put that down as one of my suggestions. Thank you.
I wrote it down, but which lot you gonna take the car to?
Thank you very much.
Dr. Warren said ain't no truck, and Councilwoman Issa Thomas said you take it to a lot, ain't no truck either. It's gonna be stolen off the lot. All right. Is there any other council members in the queue? I was about to call Dr. Martavius Jones.
I would. This is, to your point, Councilwoman Logan, this is, Public Works is not dumping it. We can talk about whether it's the state responsibility, the city's responsibility, but to the average citizen, if it's in the city limits of Memphis, nine out of 10 are not gonna know which is gonna be the city's responsibility or the state's responsibility. And that being the case, it's our responsibility to keep Memphis clean. we know that if we rely upon the state for anything, it is not going to get done. One of the things that I think I've talked about, at least for the past 4 years, in some of the most blatant areas about putting cameras up. I think about Jonah going along we were talking about the railroads, but I tell you, and I take that path weekly to go to my mom's house on Sundays. And it's, I understand as soon as we clean it up, they're going to dump again. But in some of these areas, Mr. Connect, I've requested that we have cameras on each side of them. This area in particular, as a deterrent. There are certain areas, and I go back to our austerity budget that we approved that didn't do anything different. And we expected to get different results by doing the same doggone thing that we've done in the past. So, Mr. Connect, if you're fortunate to be under this next administration and my council colleagues, I hope that you all insist on having additional funding and doing things different than what we've done in the past, because what we've done in the past 8 years that I've been on the council has not worked. And so our budget is our roadmap and our plan to providing better services. And we have been in a position to provide better services for our constituents since I've been on this council. And part of that responsibility rests with us. But as far as some of these most frequent areas, Mr. Connect, and I can understand that there's another one that's in Super District 9 once I get to my mom's house. I know that there are certain areas where we're not going to be able to put cameras because we don't have utilities running out there. But I would hope that we talk to MLGW, and it might be an expense that we bore just to have cameras in these areas, but we have to do something different to show our constituents that we are acting differently in order to get better results. But, I'll make this last request, Mr. Connect, just for Jonah. If we can have, and this is an area that's served by utilities, especially when you have narrow areas where this is one way in, one way out, cameras on each end, capturing this. And this is something I've said and requested, particularly for this area, 2, 3, if not 4 years ago. So I would like to see the council have some accountability for some of these areas. Each one of us, just as we may have identified areas where we wanted to put the sky cops. Well, let's do the same thing from a trash and a litter standpoint in some areas that make sense. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. I too believe we have a major trash problem here with no doubt. Now, in regards to the cameras, we did that in Whitehaven. And these individuals decided they would take their tags off their cars. And they were so smart that they would go in the dark, turn no lights on, and still dump the trash. So it's a start. But as soon as they figure out what's going on, they have a way to counter that. But what I think would be of great assistance in this project is more convenience centers that you've had, drop-off points. If they had someplace close by, they don't care where they drop it. But if they can drop it someplace that we can regulate, that's what we need. I mean, we need them all over the place, and that will stop them from taking them to these overpasses, underneath, hiding places. So I know you say you have to have so much space, but I believe there's space out there, even if the city has to rent it from individuals. That, I think, is one of your best ways to counter some of these trash issues. It works where it happens, where you have them, the couple you have. We need probably as many as 10, 15 more of those convenience centers. So if you can work that out, I think that would help a lot. Thank you. Those are my comments.
Thank you. Question about something called a trash truck route. You familiar with what I'm talking about, where we actually had 29, 30 trucks that would drive around and pick up the trash that people left on the curbs as opposed to in the cartons?
Yes.
Okay, and we stopped that program, is that correct, in 2016?
That's about right, if I remember. Yeah, that's about right.
Okay, so when we stopped that program, why did we stop that program? Because a lot of the trash that we're seeing now, I think, is the dumping, but we're still seeing a lot of trash that's just out on the curb that we're still trying to deal with, and I think we're doing mechanized removal of that now.
Yeah.
Is that correct?
Yeah, it was a funding issue. You know, we changed our service delivery model a little bit to optimize the existing workforce and trucks. So we had to make a decision at that time budgetarily, and so that's what drove that change in service model.
Okay, so I guess I want people to understand that before 2016, what we had groups of people that went out and actually cleaned that stuff off the curb. So it's not like we've had increased dumping on the curb necessarily, as we've had less cleanup on a regular basis. And I guess the question is, what would it cost us to bring that type of service back? And is that an option you can bring to us? Because that may be something we need to do that if, might be eliminating some of this other dumping too. So,
yeah, so Director Davis has got his
okay,
presentation.
good.
I'll let him.
Thank you.
Just Philip Davis, Solid Waste Director, 2081 Old Oak Drive, Memphis 38119. That is correct that we did make a service delivery change in 2016 where we shifted. What we had two-man low entry trucks, and we made a shift in the purchase type of equipment that we purchased and went to a dedicated all three-man truck. And so when we transitioned from the two-man to the three-man trucks, there was an understanding that we would move, that the crews would move from having a crew that only touched the garbage cart and left the two bags next to the cart, that they would empty the cart and pick up the overflow waste as well with the three-man crew. That's the shift that happened in 2016 to eliminate the trash truck. Was actually when we went to a higher employee on a crew. We went to a three-man crew to combat the trash.
So are that three-man crew, are they then not only emptying the two carts, everything that's on the sidewalk they're picking up also?
To an extent, we do have the bulk waste crews. We don't expect them to pick up these huge picker piles or stuff that requires special equipment to remove.
Did our trash truck used to pick those up?
We used to pick that up by hand.
We used to pick that up by hand with these trash trucks.
Well, with the trash trucks, again, we went from a two-man low entry to a three-man dedicated garbage truck, where the crews were, because what was happening is you had a trash truck and a garbage truck. They drive by the same house. The trash truck was going to be responsible for just the two bags or the three bags, the 5 bags outside the cart. And then the garbage crew was only going to touch the cart. And it was very inefficient. And so what we did was we made a conscious decision to go to these three-man crews, which we didn't have all of.
But I'm looking, we're more efficient now, but we may not be doing a better job. I guess that's the question. So the question is, are we really seeing more trash there, or are we actually picking it up less efficiently?
The landfill tonnage data shows that we are picking up a bunch more trash since 2016.
We're picking up more trash, and the issue is not that we don't have the trash crew. The issue is that we just don't have the capacity to pick up all the trash.
In my presentation, you'll see that one of my recommendations is additional people. I believe through the use of technology, the Rubicon system, and also the more efficient use of the equipment, that we will find those additional crews that we can either put into trash trucks or in splitting routes and handling absenteeism.
Can you bring us that sort of plan,
Sure.
maybe our next meeting and
right.
Let's discuss that?
Just not trying to be rude, but we're running short on time. And Director Davis is going to get into a lot of what he talked about in his budget, and we spent way too long talking about this, and he's going to get into it in a minute. Any other questions for Director Connect?
Yes.
Director Davis is going to have a long conversation with us.
We appreciate
Councilwoman.
it. We apologize. It's just so important, and it's essential that we clean up our city. and it's important to everybody. I wanted to ask you about the dumpster days. Can we get them more regularly? And more importantly, how quickly can I get it in District 4?
Yeah, I was planning to start up a series of them in the spring because it's in the wintertime. We generally don't have as much success with those.
Do we have to wait till the spring?
Well, I mean, it's generally because of staffing and the holidays and everything that happens, it's harder to coordinate one. We can look at, potentially doing one more this year. We'll talk, Director Davis and I kind of coordinate together on that. And then starting again next year again going in series. We generally just need to work with each council and a member and ask for where they want to do one. I'd love to do one in Hickory Hill. I'd like to do one in Orange Mound. So, we just need to find the right location and work it out and publicize it.
I've had a lot of constituents to ask for one in the Parkway Village area.
Okay. Wherever you would like, we will definitely coordinate and set it up and make it happen.
Okay. Sounds like a plan. I'm going to preface this because I give Councilwoman Logan a hard time. The word for the day.
No, it's just short. I just wanted to get an update.
Brevity.
Update on
Logan.
on where you are on the recommendations from the blight. So can you come back at the next meeting and give an update on those if both of you would? Because a lot of this we did discuss and we came up with solutions. I just want to know where we are on them and because we're going to have to fast track.
Very good.
All right, thank you.
All right, then my next request is the next council meeting, can we talk about the tire recycling program? Because
sure.
Yeah, we need an update on it. All right. Any other? Absolutely. Any other questions? All right, appears all hearts and minds good. Thank you so much. We're gonna go to item number 1 and then what we've all been waiting for, item number 2. Director Davis, go take a breather. All right. Item number 1, resolution to approve an agreement between the City of Memphis and Shelby County government establishing a memorandum of understanding MOU that requires a future allocation or appropriation of $3.5 million in stormwater revenue bonds and drainage fund number 11289 for the Shelby County National Disaster Grant Resilience Grant Project number ST03235, Council District 6, Super District sponsored by the administration. There's a request of same 9 minutes. Got to convince me we need same 9 minutes because my pen, feels a little.
Yes, sir.
Okay, go ahead.
Move it. Yes, sir.
Second.
Move it. Moved
Second.
by Carlisle, seconded by Swearingen, Washington. Floor is yours.
Yes, sir. So again, Robert Connect, Public Works. I'm here with Director Zena. So in 2016, the city was awarded a $60.4 million HUD resilience grant. That grant provided funding for several different projects. There were several in the city of Memphis. And the one that we're here to request the funding for is in the South Cypress Creek area. There was flooding that impacted that area early in the 2012 timeframe when we had some regional flooding. And so we identified some opportunities there. We have been working for a number of years identifying a solution. And unfortunately, because we had to go through this, the federal government has various requirements and approvals, and we had to taking the time to get everything accomplished from a design standpoint. As we got done with that and went to bid, everything came in much higher because everything had changed from the financial side. So we have to allocate an additional $3.5 million to this project in order to get it to bid and construction. It's ready to go. We bid it. We didn't have all the funding we needed. So this is we need to get them under construction and get the work done because of the fact that it's been a while. It's been a number of years since we've started the process, and since we don't have the funding, it just comes down to that. So that's why there's a request for same 9 minutes. We don't want to delay the project anymore, and we'd like to get it under construction. Oh, yeah, Director Zena.
I'm not convinced. Go ahead.
John Zena, Planning and Development. This project has been bid. The low bid contractor is holding the bid. Yeah, if we do not move on this quickly, we will lose that bid. That low bid, the difference between the low bid and the next bid is $7 million.
He had a very strong closing argument today.
Yeah.
Any other questions from Councilman Carlisle?
So I don't want to belabor the point because we have a long day today, but when did you get the bid? Like this?
It was approximately a month ago.
So why didn't you bring it 2 meetings ago or a meeting ago? So I guess I just want to get an overarching theme as we begin to transition out of this council into the next is that is an argument that I often hear, and sometimes I get it. Like it bumps right up again. Go ahead. Yeah.
Well, the bids were taken on the county side, the need for additional funds was identified. I worked with Director Connect to determine whether or not the stormwater fund could support the additional amount that we needed. That took some time to go through their review process, and then ultimately the time that it takes to get items on this agenda.
So what you're saying is
the
the taxpayers are at risk of a $4 million increase because of the structure of our government? Thank you. All right, back to you, Councilman Smiley.
Councilman Carlisle, we lost that fight before. Let's not lose it again. All right. Any other questions from this body? All right, appears all hearts and minds are clear. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? It's the opinion of the chair that the ayes have it. Thank you. And please note there is a request for same 9 minutes. Director Davis, no pressure. Item number 2. Ordinance to amend Chapter 15, Article 1, Section 15-12 to amend the solid water waste fees for the collection and disposal of solid waste. All council districts sponsored by the administration. Can I get a motion? Second, moved by Warren, seconded by Swearingen Washington and Councilman Carlisle, I think, and everybody on the left side. All right. I think Deputy Chief Adams is going to come join you as well. All right. Okay. You were standing up. You were standing up.
I don't think anybody wants to join me on this.
They gonna okay. Someone tagged you in, Mr. Davis. All right. Let's get the long-awaited fee request. Director Davis, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Philip Davis, Solid Waste Director, 2081 Old Oak Drive, Memphis, Tennessee. There too. I'm here more. So solid waste fees, we've been discussing this recently since probably February. Again, current challenges the division is facing: increased bulk waste volume presented at the curb, a lack of enforcement of those abusing the system, increased costs in equipment, labor, and services, and a desire to improve the speed and consistency of collection. So, overview, municipal solid waste just nationwide is going up. More specifically, bulk waste volume in Memphis since 2017 has gone, I think that's 52,000 tons per year in 17 to 179,000 tons per year of bulk waste. That's that line on the bottom. You can see that increase in 22. Lack of enforcement. These are just some pictures I pulled out of 311.
Excuse me,
Yes,
Director, if you would, could you slow down a lot and really,
Sure.
we want the people listening, want the constituents, we want people to go back and watch this, everyone to understand where we are now as versus where we were. So if you could kind of go back through some of those charts, you went really fast, and we need to understand how the behavior has changed and where we are now.
Councilwoman Logan? Thank you, Chair. You're going really fast, too. Y'all talking like me. So.
I apologize. Thank you, Councilwoman. In the 60s, 88.1 million tons per year in the United States of municipal solid waste. That's typically just what's produced in a residential solid waste program. 88.1 million tons per year in 1960. To the tune of 2018, we're at nationwide 292.4 million tons per year. Bulk waste volume, this shows both our municipal solid waste, what's in your green garbage card up at the top, staying relatively steady since 2013 over the last 10 years. But you can see in 2017, what we had was the advent of, and this is Philip's opinion, the advent of everything being delivered to your house. It continued to increase through the COVID years, and it doesn't appear it's coming back down. So this is bulk waste volumes have tripled since 2017, and we're seeing that at the curb. Bulk waste, just for everybody's reminder, bulk waste is the most expensive waste we pick up. It has the most expensive equipment, the most expensive labor. It's very inefficient for us to collect it, but that volume is increasing. Lack of enforcement. Again, these are just some photos of things that are left for us to deal with on residential routes. I know this looks, Councilwoman Logan, we had this discussion about, what's the difference between this and illegal dumping. In our mind, what the difference is that these are piles that are presented in front of houses that are routed by solid waste, that are paying a solid waste fee or have paid a solid waste fee at some point. So they're on our routes, and they're things that our crews come upon, in their day of service delivery. Here's more stuff. Again, these are folks that are abusing the system. The solid waste fee history, in 2000, it was the bargain basement price of $7 per home per month. In 2019, it went to $29.96. It's fluctuated a little bit between then. This chart kind of goes with the next one. You can see that when the rate was low, we had a very high supplement from the general fund to the tune of $30+ million a year sometime. More recently, we've seen some CARES Act funding, some FEMA reimbursement funds, and some ARPA funds that have helped us stay afloat since our last fee increase. But largely what we see is that when the fee is insufficient, we need that influx of money from the general fund to help us maintain services. This is the impact of no action by the council. If there's no action, we will continue. We'll need about $5.3 million in 25, another $6 million or so in 26. It goes up. So between now and over the next 5 years, we'll need about $37 million.
That's assuming if we keep the same
current
same
structures, nothing new. No improved enforcement, no added people or equipment, no modernization of fleet. This is what I need over the next 5 years, status quo. Current expenditures, just to give everybody an idea of how I do spend my money, here's the $83.3 million in expenses from FY23. We had $75.8 million in revenues from the solid waste fee. So personnel services was 35% of this, salaries, overtime, and benefits. Service charges, which includes disposal and our supplemental bulk waste collection when we need help from in high volume times, it's 26%. Materials and supplies, vehicle maintenance and fuel, that's 17% of our budget. Our contracted collections for Area E, that's always a topic of discussion. That's 16% of our overall budget. Carts, 2%, and transfers out. We spend a whopping 4% of our budget, $750,000 a year right now, as we're paying a $7.5 million 10-year loan that we got from the council, from the general fund. And the balance of that 4% is what we spend on fleet modernization, which is not nearly enough. So here you can see what has happened over the years with our increased cost of equipment. This is just the cost of a garbage truck, a traditional packer, rear loader packer. In 2014, I bought my first garbage truck for about $141,000. This year, we're taking delivery on the same spec truck. It is $291,000 per unit. $241,000 a unit. Just so you know, we need if we without any spares to cover each route every day, we need 108. So I need 108 rolling on the street every day. Increased cost of labor. Now, we get a good deal with our folks. They are not highly paid. I wish we could pay them more, but we have seen.
The gentleman in the back said they should be paid more.
I agree. They should. Our folks, they carry the weight of the city on their backs. They They are Memphis' strongest employees. They move what is put in front of your house every day. They've seen a 26% increase in labor costs. That's crew chief pay. So that's just a key position in our complement, just to give you an idea of the increase that's happened. But this increase does not account for what we're seeing in the current labor market, what we've seen with Teamsters here locally and nationally, what we've seen with the UAW, increases that we are projecting going forward. Our authorized complement. Our authorized complement since 1993, the 90s, when everybody remembers how clean the city was. Our authorized complement has gone from around 800 employees in solid waste division, currently at 515.
Hey, Councilman or Chairman Smiley, I just have to ask this question. I'm sorry.
Sure.
Why now? I can look at 4 slides and see that this was a problem when Mayor Strickland took office, and I can look at this thing over 4 years. And you guys said it yourself. You knew you had increased costs, and I understand you weren't running the division at that time. You knew you had increased costs. You were supplanting it with federal funds. You were cutting complement, and services are getting worse. And here we are in November as this administration exits, and this bomb is being dropped. Now, I know we talked about it back in budget season, but it's all the same to me. Right. I mean, it's very clear if you're running a business that the administration had to have known 3 years ago that they had a model problem and didn't want to pipe up about it until now. Now, you guys can, that's my vernacular, but somebody's got to explain that to me.
I mean, okay, I'm not. Meredith don't want me to be petty today, so I'm going to be okay.
So.
But you're talking about a source of funds, which is fair.
No. But to your point, to your point about this model, and as I'm looking at this, none of this is council driven. This is administration driven. And I've said, I've always said, especially during this budget season, tell us what you need. Give us the opportunity to say, no, we're not going to do it. But
I concur with that.
We're not getting that until now.
Fair enough. Thank you, Chair.
And I would have that suspicion that these were discussions that were going on, and there was a decision made on the 7th floor to present it to us now, not in budget season, not a year ago, not.
You have a theory why? Okay, let me move on.
Election.
Okay, we can. All right, we're in trouble. Chief Ryan hasn't joined us.
We didn't pass a balanced budget.
I just want to respond to some of your concerns. Shandell Ryan, Chief Operating Officer, 125 North Main Street. I just want to just a reminder of what happened in 2018, 2019, when we came before you all, and we partnered with you to add about $15 million to the solid waste budget, and that allowed us to buy a lot of equipment and to help to right-size the equipment for solid waste. And we also asked for a fee increase at that time. What was agreed upon, there were numbers that were presented that were higher than the rate that we landed upon, but we landed upon a number that would sustain the solid waste services for the projection was 10 years before the pandemic came. So it had a fleet modernization package in it. It had where we would be modernizing fleet every 5 years, which we still have that in place. It also had a number of measures to help improve the service of solid waste. What we've seen happen over the pandemic is that trash volumes have continued to increase at paces that we were not anticipating. And so last year, I remember coming before council just mentioning the fact that we're experiencing increasing costs. We were in an emergency contract because we had to release someone. Their costs had gone up, and we were negotiating. We had a bid that was in place that they did not want to move forward with, so we had to rebid it. So there are a number of things that led us to the position that we're in right now. The solid waste division had been working with the bidder. We had, I think, 2 bidders that we reported.
We this past time we had 1 bidder.
We had 1 bidder, and so what we had communicated was that we would Once we negotiated the price, would come back. We could give some projections of what a rate could look like, but it would not be prudent until we had the information of what the contracted cost would be. And that is baked all into this proposal that you see today. So I just wanted to bring a little bit of context. I understand your frustration.
Well, it's not a frustration. It's just these are some of the facts. Like, I hear you on that, but it was the council that asked for you guys to come about a year and a half ago, I think, out of your committee to talk about those options, and then which drove the discussion towards a more formal presentation over budget season, which then got kicked to now. And what I'm saying is you can look at those numbers. Let me say it this way: if I were in 2018 again, or 2019 rather, great. You set the fee. It's very clear. 2021, I would have been back here every single year at the administration saying we have a service problem. We have a service problem. We have a service problem. We need. And to Chairman Jones's point, let the council say no. But in reality, we have asked, at least for 2 years now, 2.5 years, what to do about increasing service and supplanting the budget. And we actually even underbid the original contract for, was it Waste Pro out in Cordova? We were $29.99, sorry. And I think we were paying them $19. So my point is that whether it was the pandemic or it was 2017, which is pre-pandemic, there is a service and revenue and expense model problem, and it could have been addressed well before this, ramping into this on an annual basis. And I got it that no one foresaw a pandemic, no one foresaw inflation creeping, but this is something that has been ongoing for quite some time. And I don't want to belabor the point because we need to talk about how we're going to move forward, but I have... the council has been begging and asking for this for a long time. And so, anyway, I'll yield the floor.
Thank you. So we're going to skip straight to the options. And I know the council wants solutions. So hopefully the council is inclined to support one of the solutions, if not a modified version of the solutions. Director Davis.
Okay. So option one, and these options should be fairly familiar because we've discussed them before. But option one was presented during the Blight and Illegal Dumping Task Force, which is an on-demand bulk waste collection service. So it would require customers to call 311, report, and make a request for removal of bulk waste. Residents would book in advance, set a limit 4 times per year on bulk waste collection without there being a separate charge. Customers who fail to schedule excess waste would be treated as a code violation through our tagging process, which results in a special tax assessment being placed on the tax bill. So in this model, the fee would be effective January 1 of this coming year. Service implementation would be July. That's really to account for the enforcement folks that we would need to bring on board. We're going to propose about 22 supervisors and 18 environmental enforcement officers for solid waste. Funding for an additional drop-off location, a customer campaign to educate them on the new bulk waste call-in model, funding to place equipment on our 10-year replacement cycle, rehab and replace of the Bellevue transfer station. Then also the additional 50 full-time employees. These are crew chiefs and crew persons, tractor trailer drivers, truck drivers, and maintenance technicians for carts. But these would be staffing out the existing routes that we have in areas A through D to make sure that we have enough people to cover the routes to staff each of our routes based on the benefits that are offered. We have an average number of years of service that our employees have been working here, 17 years. They accrue a lot of time. Again, to my point earlier about the difficulty of the job, that time is owed and due them. We expect them to use it, and we have not traditionally been staffed to cover for that leave benefit being used. This would also secure fully funding the compensate in Area E, the contractor to convert rental equipment over to the equipment that they own, contractor to convert part-time staff to full-time staff, These aren't direct costs to us, but that's what we're seeing, the effect of the increased price in the Area E contract is so that they can make a full investment into this contract work. So that option is a 30% fee increase for $8.99 per home per month. Option 2 is an increase in our current model, service model capacity with enforcement. So we would continue the bi-monthly bulk waste collection service model that we have right now. We would have more stringent enforcement of the solid waste tagging process. This would be, again, effective January 1 with a July 1 implementation. That July 1 implementation, again, is to bring on board the additional people and the equipment needed to do the enforcement of the tagging process. This model includes an additional drop-off location, the 20 enforcement folks, an additional 92 full-time employees for collection and cart maintenance. That's collection in areas A through D. So six crew chiefs, 22 crew persons. You can see that the 6 tractor trailer drivers, 38 truck drivers, and 12 special equipment operators are focused mostly in bulk waste collection to staff up that. Also secure funding to fully compensate the contractor as discussed in the previous version. Funding to place the equipment on a 10-year replacement cycle and replace the Bellevue transfer station. Option 2, which is the preferred option that I'm presenting myself today, is a 37% increase, $11.09 per home per month, taking the solid waste fee to $41.05 a month. And then option 3, this is an option that's been discussed by council before, and I just wanted to make sure that we brought it up. Bringing Area E in-house. So funding additional drop-off location, funding in place to place equipment on a 10-year replacement cycle, replace the Bellevue transfer station, construct an Area E solid waste complex. This fee would go into effect January 1 of this coming year, but service implementation wouldn't be possible before July 1 of 2029 just because of the nature of hiring people, buying the equipment, and locating and constructing the Area E solid waste complex. This is 92 full-time city employees for areas A through D to staff up existing cart collections and bulk waste, as well as the environmental enforcement. It would also add 151 full-time employees for Area E, 34 crew chiefs, 54 crew persons, tractor trailer drivers, special equipment operators, supervisors and managers, as well as heavy equipment operators to run the transfer station, moving waste through that transfer station. So there's some concerns about Area E. As much as Area E, there are benefits to bringing Area E in. Identifying and designing and constructing a solid waste complex in Area E within 5 years will be a monumental task. So we don't have the capacity to house this number of additional employees in-house right now at the existing facilities, so we'd need to construct a new facility on top of the Bellevue facility that we need to design and construct as well right now. Identifying just a location to put a solid waste facility in Area E will prove difficult. We have uncertainty in land prices and availability of heavy industrial land as well. So hiring employees will take a while, and with the fluctuation in labor costs right now, make modeling this fee very difficult. We also, in this model, we have considered the fact that we will have an incremental increase in cost for maintaining the additional equipment to house that would be required in Area E, but it does not include the design and construction, staffing, the startup cost of a general services shop that has to maintain said fleet. Issuing a 5-year contract that would be diminishing after 5 years. That would also prove service issues in the later years of that contract term. We would operate under option 2 through FY29, and that fee is a 47% increase, $14.08, taking the fee to $44.04. In this model, it is likely that in 5 years, when we had startup, this is the most likely fee that would require another substantial increase when we went operational with Area E.
All right. I have a lot of questions, a lot of thoughts. Okay. However, I'm going to let the representatives from ASME speak quickly, and then I'm going to go to the council, to the very inquisitive council regarding the solid waste fee increase. Mr. President, the floor is yours.
Adrian Rogers, 6650 Roscoe, Memphis, Tennessee. Personally, I don't ask me local 1733 president.
And there's a gentleman beside you as well.
Maurice Spivey, ASME staff rep, 4133 Mountain Terrace.
Okay, go ahead.
Just to be on the record, I don't think solid waste have a budget issue. I think they got a model issue. That's what I think it is, because we have the men and women right now to remove those book piles off the streets, but solid waste director just won't implement it. So I think that's the reason why. If we can just sit down to change the setting of solid waste, I think we can get some results, because I see a lot of numbers, but my grandma don't see numbers. She just see that pile in front of her house. She just want to know, hey, how do y'all pick up the pile in front of my house? And one of the models I don't agree with is sitting it out there making a third-day call, because my house is looking nice. My neighbor can't afford to pay for it in 30 days. Now my family got to come see this trash pile in front of my house for 30 to 60 days. So that's where I stand at it. I think that we just need to sit down, me and the director, come up with a solid solution with the model that he has going.
So I have a specific question for you all. What the solid waste director is asking for, Mr. Davis, he's asking for this council to vote on a rate increase. What's the general position of ASME as it relates to rate increase?
I'm against it. This me.
Okay. Begrudgingly, I could possibly support option 2. But the capital investment, there is a facility right now called Scott Street facility that is 10% manned right now. We've suggested in writing to Director Davis that Scott Street be brought back online. If we're going to be serious about servicing Area E, there's no need for a Superfund survey or to find an area. We have an underutilized facility right now with the direct corridor.
Which facility is that?
The Scott Street location.
Y'all ready for Scott Street? Okay.
It has a transfer station. I think the last numbers we looked at, it is 13% manned right now. It has a capacity to house 115 employees. I think 45 packers with just the spaces over there. The 618 wheelers. So begrudgingly, option 2.
Let me ask you a question.
Yes,
because I think Chairman Jones, since I've been on this body, and Dr. Warren and Councilman Carlisle and Rhonda and Corvette and all the individuals who have an intimate understanding of solid waste and particularly Area E, Councilman Canale as well. It seems like what they've been saying pretty consistently is, what can we do to bring these services in-house? Would you all be opposed to a modified version of option 3?
Well, the fee increase. In 2018, the citizens were given a fee increase, and since then they've received less service. And what that has resulted in is we've had employees who've been intentionally ran over by cars. We've had employees who have been stabbed, shot at, because the citizens don't see the director. They see the sanitation worker, passing up a pile.
It seems like what you're suggesting is if the body is inclined to support increase, make sure it's tangible so the citizens can see improved services.
Well, they're intentionally choosing the most expensive, less efficient model.
So you believe there's a model better than what we're seeing?
We know it is.
Okay.
We've been begging them to go back to this model for 7 years.
Do me a favor. I have no idea what this model is. You said 7 years. I'm pretty sure I was not here. Could we see this model? Bring us a presentation with this model, and I think the council will be inclined to take a look at it.
The reason you have bulk waste is because they took the trash truck away. The piles were not this big. We were getting the piles when they were small. They took the trash truck away, so now the piles got bigger and bigger, so now you need a bulk model. We didn't need one for 54 years.
So I'm going to ask this question. Probably shouldn't, but I'm going to ask it because I need to know. A trash truck.
Yes.
I'm assuming all the trucks that I see that go past my house, they're trash trucks.
No.
Okay.
Those trucks are dedicated to cart services, 1 to 2 bags.
But they trash.
Or, no.
Yeah, and Chairman,
Yes.
Chairman,
Okay.
just to,
I'm going to.
Not mattresses.
So do we have any trash trucks?
No.
We don't have
no
any trash trucks
right now.
Okay.
and Chairman,
We have
if I may,
Mr. Spivey, Director.
yeah, if I may, there is no directive. There's no directive that a garbage truck driving by your house should not pick up trash bags outside your house. There is no directive.
Mm-hmm.
When we went to the 3-man rear loader model, the understanding was we would have a guarantee, because the discussion was happened with AFSCME at that time in the previous administration. There was a desire at one point to go to these 2-man or maybe even automated trucks. We committed to a 3-man model on a traditional rear loader packer with the understanding that they would empty the cart and pick up the bags. AFSCME's refusing to pick up the bags.
No.
I don't know that a back and forth.
I'm with Councilman Carlisle. So this is what I want to see done. Just because we're talking about several different trucks, I would love to see this additional model. Could someone get us a presentation so we can see what this model would look like for this body? Because right now, what's before us, we have 3 options, and then I think Councilman Warren has a modified option, a modified version of option 3. Then we have several council members in the queue, and we're behind schedule. So someone from AFSCME, please get the council, a presentation or show us what the other option would be. And then we'll try to figure out, what the numbers would look like. With that,
Can that model include the information that's listed here? Like
absolutely.
Okay.
We have AFSCME's information. Get with AFSCME.
And I'm happy to sit down with both groups. I know it's hard when we meet as a group to create something, but if you guys want to sit down, and because that's the thing, Mr. Spivey, last time we talked, I was like, please email me. And I may not have gotten it, but you did. I never saw it, and I apologize if that's the case. But I do want to. Everybody wants to help, so I'm happy to sit down or with the panel.
Okay. I love when council members create additional things for themselves to do. So Councilman Carlisle is going to get with you all. And Chairman Jones is smiling, assuming he wants to be a part of that conversation as well. So Chairman Jones, Councilman Carlisle will get with Director Davis and ask me to figure out, what this other option could be. And with that, we're going to go to Dr. Warren, and we're going to go to the other council members in the queue, Jones, Warren, and Carlisle.
One of the things I discussed, thank you, Mr. Chair, we all have been hearing from our people in District E that they want to come into city services. And we've been looking at how to do that. And when I was talking to Director Davis, I looked at it, and just to me, it's just way too big a thing to bite off at once. But what if we got a plan that gave us 20% a year over 10 years to where we gradually moved Area E back into the city and gradually took it off, could we afford to pay for that? And could we bring that in such a way? So I asked Director Davis to look at that. And the other thing I'm hearing is, I think that we've got a number of people who, I think the way we do our current routes now is you're given a route, and when you finish a route, you're done for the day. So, I mean, is there some way that we can like figure out how we can allow our people to be able to work a longer day to make sure we get more of the trash picked up? And how do we bring E back in such a way that we make it work? And how do we take this trash truck concept in such a way to get our city clean? And it sounds like that meeting with Councilman Carlisle and ASME and Director Davis could be highly productive. I'd like to see you guys bring that information back to us. In the meantime, I think our citizens need to be aware that we're probably going to need to have an increase in our budget and our fee schedule. How this works, I think, remains to be seen. I like all these three options. I personally think E needs to be in the city. I think over time we need to bring it in. The only reason we don't have it is we annexed way beyond our capability to provide services. So the people that live out there have been begging us for years, please bring us in. Well, we can't bring you all in at once, but we could do it a little bit at a time. So Director Davis, if you could bring us some sort of plan, or that a 10-year plan, 15-year plan, 8-year plan, I don't care what it is, that we can get a little bit at a time that may work, and then get together with our employees and figure out how we get our city clean again, and let's do it as a team. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Absolutely. So hopefully someone get with Councilman Carlisle and Councilman Jones and schedule a meeting expeditiously so we can figure out. And Ms. Hyman is going to assist with that. She's pretty good about following up.
Chairman, I just
go ahead briefly because Councilwoman Logan is ready to.
I'm sorry. Yeah, just procedurally, I just want to make sure this is an ordinance that we're presenting.
We already know. The council already kind of knows what they want to do with the ordinance. Okay. But before we get to the third and final reading, we need you all to meet.
Perfect. I just didn't want to slow down.
Ready. We ready. We got it. Okay. Thank you. Councilwoman Logan.
Thank you, Chair. And it's going to be brief. I just want to make certain, I'm glad my colleague agrees that area, we only have one bid. We only have one company that said they want to take this. And if something happened to them, we're at their mercy right now. So we should never be, as a city, only having one contractor. And we're talking about Area E like they're not Memphis citizens. They're Memphis citizens, so it's us. So we need to service all of our people. Finding a way to do that. And, we talked about that. We have a windfall coming in a few years, so that needs to be considered, because picking up people's trash is the basic service that they should have, and they're citizens. They didn't ask us to come annex them, and they deserve to have the same quality of service. So however we need to look at that, that make that a part of it, and that windfall is coming in a few years.
Yes, ma'am, certainly.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Councilman Jones.
Thank you. Mr. Davis, if we go back to option 1, that call-in bulk waste collection model. So when I first joined is this the waste that's outside the car, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
So colleagues, when I first joined the council, we were on within 21-day cycle.
Right.
So, as I always said with this, on January 1st, we know 21 days from that is going to be January 2nd. But we can't tell what's going to be 21 days after that successively throughout the year. So it took us 4 years to finally get to one where we say it's going to pick up on the 1st and the 3rd, 2nd, and the 4th. So I think that people have gotten used to that particular model. So I think that it's a far cry for us to go back. We're taking ourselves way back if we go to option 1 to say, well, you call 311 and we'll pick it up when we do that. I don't think that to me, colleagues, I think that that's a non-starter. That's a no-go.
The behavior change required would be substantial.
Yeah. So that's out. Now, I want to go back to page 13, and it looks like at the beginning of this administration, we had 615 people. Now, and I take exception to this authorized complement because it gives the impression that this is the only thing that the council authorized, but this is what the administration asked for. so we need, when you all look at the budget, take that authorized because we can only approve what's asked for. So I don't see how it's logical for us to think that we're going to have a cleaner city when we have 100 fewer people doing the job. When we still talk about the bulk waste is 3 times what it was. So and I still, all of this, Mr. Davis, I'm not picking on you. All of this rests at the administration's feet, not with the council. How do you, it's illogical to think that we got all this additional waste and we can do it with 100 fewer people. Impossible. Now, part of the things, colleagues, as I say, you want to control their fixed costs and their variable costs. And to your point, Councilwoman Logan, as I've espoused, there are 4 basic services that I think the city should provide: police, fire, solid waste, transportation. So when we go back and we look at slide 14 now, we look at 2015, our cost of services was $9.80. We go to 2020, just 5 years later, we're talking about what is almost a 50% increase. And then now to 2024, that's a 100% increase. So part of the model of having Area E as part of the city, you can control your costs. Because I doubt that our costs in-house have gone up 50 and then 100% on top of that. So I still see a model. It might be more expensive for us to do so, colleagues, but it's still a basic service that the city should be providing to keep us clean. But we've just taken an illogical model in doing so. Now, let's not forget this. If we go to this third option, we are talking about a 47% increase on folks' MLGW bill. Now, I go back because that's how we collect the solid waste fee. Now, I still say that somebody living in Boxtown, Orange Mound, and the less affluent areas, when we have it on their utility bill, that's a more regressive form. Call it a feed tax, whatever you want to. But they are paying the same amount of money that somebody in the most affluent area pays. So the only way, in my opinion, to levelize it, we build this solid waste fee into the property tax fee, into the property tax rate. Because other than that, we still are asking people, we still got MLGW to talk about, an increase on their utility bill on top of a solid waste fee of what would be 50%. And I do agree that this is the best model.
Mr. Chair, could you explain that again one more time, what you talk about building it into the property tax fee so we can all understand that?
Property taxes.
Yeah, so so right now, when we look at, if we go back and look at our general, how much money goes to the general fund? The general fund pays for everything, and that general fund comes out of the tax rate. There should be a way for us to compute. We know the value of $1. We have that discussion every budget season. If we see that we need an additional, to go from 2023 to 2024, we need an additional $18 million. Now, I go back to my tax rate increase, colleagues. I did have an amount that would be computed that would go to solid waste if we talked about that. So next budget season, you all ask, what is the value of $1? And I'm looking at page 24 now. Revenues of 75.8 to 93.3, just rounding up, we're talking about $18 million. We know how much a penny is worth. If a penny is worth $1.5 million, we reverse that, we do the math. It basically, it may say that 9 cents in the property tax rate may raise $13 million, whatever the case may be. So if we do that, that's an additional $18 million that would be revenue to help cover some of these expenses. Now, we're talking about going in 2025, that's, going from 75 to 112, that's $30 million. But we still know what the value of 1 penny is. And so if we do it that way, that means that it's not going to be on somebody's MLGW bill, but we still bring in a certain amount of money to cover solid waste.
Mr. Chair, is there a way that we could get that sort of calculation brought to us in this ordinance as we move forward to fund this, so we know that some of this would be fees and some of it would be future taxes?
Well, I would say you all have to do that next year with the budget. We can't sit here and say building into the property tax when we're not discussing what the budget is right now, unless we're going to have a mid-year tax increase.
Sounds like Chairman Jones is going to come back and make a presentation to this body.
But to that point, Councilman Warren, I can go back and ask Chief Ford, what's the value of that penny? Whatever, I don't recall right now what it was. It's the same as doing budget, but we can come up with that number right now. But we do know that between fiscal year 23 and fiscal year 25, we are talking about nearly a $37 million increase. Either we put all of that on the utility bill, which is what we're looking at right here, or we build it into the property tax rate. And we can't do it in November.
You shouldn't be putting it all on the utility bill either. But
Can you do a mid-year property tax increase?
No.
Yeah.
all right, Councilman Morgan, I'm breaking protocol. I just haven't heard from you in a while.
Yeah, it's going to be a question.
I'm sorry, y'all.
And it goes to Councilman Jones' point. How many, I guess, residences or businesses in the area use private service rather than commercial? Because if you go that property tax increase route, you're going to increase property taxes for them for a service that they're not receiving.
They get supplemented back. I hire a private, I pay them and they pay.
But let me say this, Mr. Morgan, they get a cleaner city. And that's, to me, that's what everybody deserves.
All right,
Maybe.
Okay.
I mean, we're talking about, that's the other side of the argument that obviously with roads and police and with fire, these are services that everybody in the city has access to and uses that's delivered by the city. But with solid waste, it's selective where some people use it and some people don't. And that's why we try to charge. And the reason we do it on the MLGW bill is just because it's the most efficient way in terms of collection. It's a long discussion that a lot of people have put time into that we don't have time right now. To Councilman Carlisle's point earlier, we're hearing a lot of back and forth, and we kind of stopped as some would say, the talking past each other. We're talking really about operational decisions that we don't get to see at the council or really even be a part of, where we make a decision on financial matters, but those financial matters have a relationship to operations and what services we're providing. And now we have a disagreement, between y'all in terms of what services, we're providing for the amount that we're paying. Are these bags going to get picked up or not? Is that policy? Is it not? And so it's tough for the council to come in because and try to understand all the discussions y'all have had. Y'all have sat at the table and negotiated a lot that we have not been a party to, we don't have knowledge of. And so to come in the middle and then make a decision about finances and how it's going to impact operations when we don't even understand or the operational scope that's a tough ask for us right now. And we've got to get a little bit more up to speed about what we're being told in here versus what's actually happening on the ground, and how it's being delivered and what we vote on here and how it's not just what we say is going to change, but what will actually change.
That's
so. Maybe I hope we can get it done this year because we're kind of out of time. We're in a financial crisis right now. The clock is ticking on the reserve fund bank account before we'd have to pull funds from our rainy day on the general side. So let's get it done. I'm willing to pour as much time into as it needs be.
Sounds like you're also going to join.
Yeah, this is too important, and I'd be happy to help sit in and solve it in a very genuine way.
So it sounds like, so Chairman Jones, there's several council members who want to be a part of those conversations. So we're going to, I guess, we're going to have to send out a public notice, and because every council member wants to be a part of this conversation. So I'm going to let Chairman Jones and Chief Hyman get together and figure out when we're going to send out a public notice and have this very, seems like a very long conversation. Nah, it's going to be more than robust. It's going to be long. Long conversation. All right, Councilwoman Johnson, and then I'm going to go to Carlisle, Logan, and then we're going to move, and I'm going to send it down with no recommendation.
Okay, thank you. I think a lot has been said today in regards to this issue. First of all, I cannot personally, at this point, agree to any type of increase, knowing what's going to come before us later in regards to Memphis Light Gas and Water, in regards to what TVA wants in a percentage of increase. I just think that it's just so much on the table at the last minute for us to try to address at one time. So, you know, I ask that everything that we want be brought forward. So if we're going to have to make a decision by this body, do it very soon. Otherwise, I say let the majority of this go forward to the next council, since they're the group that will actually be dealing with it. My concern in regards to the process, I've talked to Mr. Davis this past week, spent a lot of time with him. I think he has a good plan, but I'm still not certain if we keep on doing things the same way we have been doing, if any major changes would take place. Based on what I see, I don't know if we're actually doing anything any more efficient. We're going to repeat the process. I say we need to look at all the data, and from the data, let's decide. Today was the first day I heard about the Scotts location. Maybe that location be played into it. The other part that's so important is, what are we going to do about the employees? We're still at a point, we're going to do all of this, and I guarantee you the next request is going to be an increase for the employees. So let's take a bigger picture of what we're actually looking at. Be considerate of everything that's out there. If the employees have a better way of doing it, I definitely want to be part of that process and hear about it. So I ask that you truly come prepared. Don't come in saying, well, I think. We want some facts, because this is a serious process that we're about to go through, and both sides need to be heard. I mean, you really do need to be prepared when you come. And I too support the fact that this should be dealt with on property tax levels. This is the way to go in this situation, rather than adding another fee onto the individual property. I understand too that your commercial properties may be hit, but you know, they're gonna write it off. They're gonna go over there and appeal the property value anyway. So it will be all adjusted in due time.
Spoken like a former assessor.
Yeah. So please, colleagues, let's not rush through this. I'll be praying for you next year. Yeah. But
can we cut her mic? just cut her mic now.
But it's a lot you're placing on the residents, the citizen, Memphis Light Gas and Water. This fee that starts. Who else knows what's coming up in a little while? Insurance rates are going up. Everything is going up. You know, and I do believe if you don't have it at home, you make it work some type of way. So I think we can make it work. We just need to find out where's all the deficiencies and clean them up and see what we can do differently. Employees, we may need more from you. You know, that group. But we're going to have to work together to make a difference to clean this up. Convenience centers is definitely a #1 site that we can work on.
Okay, so inquiring minds would like to know if the council voted yes on every fee or increase that comes before us, what would the MLGW bill look like? Does anybody know? Or have we even considered that? And it seems you're putting the folks who are elected to represent the people in a very tough position. So we're going to tell the people in the city of Memphis that we vote on every increase that's coming before this body at the very last minute. Your MLGW bill, which is already extremely high, is going to be probably 2 or 3 times higher based on all these fees, the fee increases coming before us. It's a very tough position, and I'm eager to hear from MLGW because I think they lost their mind.
Well, it's not on there. They're just the carrier, though. I mean,
I get it.
You say that, but like we could, if you guys want, we can throw it on the city tax bill. If you're a downtown property owner, people talk about the CBID as if it's a tax. It's actually a fee under state law. The vernacular locally is that's a tax. So when you're a downtown property owner, you get your city, your county, and your fee. And so we can tack it onto the city tax bill if you want.
We have to do something else. What we're doing is pretty tough. what we're doing is pretty tough on people. I think Councilwoman Logan had one more question,
Yeah,
and then I'm gonna take a motion.
My question was about the personnel service. I just wanted to make sure that's 35%. What part of that is overtime? How much of that is overtime? Yeah.
This slide.
Huh?
Well, it's been year-round overtime.
What does that mean?
We'll figure it out. That's what the special meeting's gonna be about. Right there,
I just wanted to know how much of that, and you can bring that back when you come back, because that does play to me, it has something, if we're paying a lot of overtime, we won't have enough people, and then we go back, we've cut 100 people, and now we're spending a lot in overtime, so.
And contractors.
Huh?
And contractors.
And contractors, yeah. So you can bring that back, Chief,
Our funding budget this year is $3 million
the overtime?
overtime.
Okay.
So that's 3 million.
3 million.
Out of
The 83 out of the 83.
83, yeah.
Okay.
Out of 83, so
Okay. Not a lot.
So.
Okay, thank
any
you.
other thing? Okay, so sounds like we have a lot of work to do. We'll be getting together with you all to plan a special meeting, so you all can come back similar to what we've done with MLGW. All right, I need a motion in a second to send this down with no recommendation. Moved by Canales, seconded by Warren. All those in favor? All those in favor? Any opposed? All right. It's the opinion of the chair that the 2-3 ayes that were spoken were in favor. So in the opinion of the chair that the ayes have it. Sending this item down with no recommendation. Thank you all. The remaining items will be moved to the next council meeting. Thank you all. And this committee is adjourned at 10:50.
meeting so that we could take to our state representatives next week at their conference. And so I wanted to be able just to get a few clarifying questions from you all. You just emailed it. Can you have who's your staff person? Brittany. Can Brittany print it? Yep. So that we can go ahead and look at those and see, can we kind of combine some, and I can get some clarification on some of you all. So you also have that in your binders. It's printed out in your personnel section for the same ones we're looking at. Councilman Morgan and Councilman Canale talks about VRBO is the same as our short-term rentals, correct? VRBO is that vacation rentals. I don't know what the B stands for.
It's Airbnb.
Okay. So both of you all, Morgan and Canale, had that as priority, and I agree. Looking at the grandfather clause and the 3-strike clause for our short-term rentals. Did you want to talk
I think it's
it?
just something that's easy and achievable.
Mm-hmm.
You know, when we talk about that, there are obviously major issues that we all care about and need help from the state. But in terms of things that we could put on paper and get a vote and have an impact on city streets in the next 8 months, that would be one of the issues that's come up.
Okay. Any other colleagues on that item?
Yeah, I would just ask if Councilman Morgan, if you could just shed a little light on what the grandfather and then the 3-strike clause is. I'm not as familiar with those.
Yeah, so essentially right now, you know, if somebody has a party house and they're advertising it through a short-term rental company, we show up and cite them for an improper use. Rather than having the authority to shut down the party, we have to send them to environmental court. They get a ticket, they go in front of a judge, and then the judge might have to put measures in place in order, but it basically takes it out of our hands where they are operating a commercial party business in a residential neighborhood, and we don't have the authority to shut them down. It's 3 strikes. We have to kind of keep citing them, and it's an undue burden on us where we ought to have the authority to just do away with it right away. The other problem is we're trying to regulate this industry as is growing faster than the legislation is. And so we have all these different periods of when these short-term rentals have been in operations for 6 years, so they are therefore not subject to the regulations that were passed 5 years ago, that were then amended 3 years ago. And so if we can eliminate the grandfather clause, we can have one set of regulations for all short-term rentals to kind of hold them accountable for what we think is appropriate and fair. And also, we have an impossible time tracking who's started when and are they grandfathered or not. There's no comprehensive list of, oh no, they've been in business 3 years, so this is the regulations that should apply to them. They can say whatever they want, and we really have no way of stopping them. So we essentially end up regulating the good actors, and the bad actors are allowed to do whatever they want, and that's an unfair business kind of atmosphere.
Thanks for that clarity.
Councilman Warren?
Thank you. I'm in firm agreement with Councilman Morgan on this. I think the grandfather clause is the problem. It also is contributing, I think, to a degree for our lack of affordable housing. There have been a number of people who've actually come in and bought homes for the significant purpose of just renting them out and making money on these homes with Airbnb type models. And, you know, with the parties and things, I think we need to really push for this at a state level. If are we still only on that topic, Madam Chair? Can I bring up mine?
I was you kind of had a good segue into Jones's priority on the commercial versus residential.
Then I'll let him go ahead and I'll come back to mine later.
Yeah. Okay.
Thank you.
Councilman Jones, kind of what Councilman Warren brought up to those who are intentionally buying residential, turning it into commercial. Did you want to talk about that priority that you put in?
Yeah, as colleagues, as we know that some years ago, Memphis was discovered for our relatively low property values, and you've had a lot of what would be institutional investors to come in and purchase numerous amounts of properties. And so what I would propose is that we have a legislative agenda item where you have, and I don't know what that number is, but once you are above a certain amount of properties that you own, you're not in the single family residential business anymore. You're doing this for investment commercial purposes. And so when we talk about how much property taxes are being paid on a single-family residence, it's 25% of what their assessed value is. However, when you talk about commercial property, it's 40%. So when we talk about people coming in, and one way that they'll get around it, though, is that they'll set up a separate LLC for each one. However, what we do, we set, if there's a certain, and I don't know what this threshold is, if there's common ownership, let's just say if one owner can own 10% of 300 different properties, if there's a certain amount of common ownership, we know that you're not in it just to be single-family operators. This is a commercial enterprise. This is a commercial venture. So I think that we should be taxing those types of properties at a rate of 40% versus the everyday single-family home that sits on each one of our streets at 25%. So that's the nature of this habit. But we can't do that unless we have a state law change.
And the current commercial rate is 40%.
Yes.
Okay. Any colleagues on that priority? Councilwoman Johnson, you have anything on that?
I'm listening to Chairman Jones in regards to that. That particular request would require the assistance of the assessor quite a bit, who would make that determination, investigation. So it will be a financial impact on that particular one. So that may be something you want to keep in mind in that situation. And it's still pretty difficult to find those percentages sometimes when you're looking for it. So.
Well, you know, and to your point, Councilwoman Johnson, I have not had a conversation with Assessor Burgess to see what that impact would be. But you know, if each one of us were to go right now and just do, if we knew we did a search on the street, and we see what would be an institutional owner. Well, we can go and do a search, and we'll see a whole slew of things, slew of properties that they own. And so, like I said, I'll have a conversation with
I'm not opposed to the concept. I'm just saying what all it would be involved.
Yeah. Thank you for providing that perspective.
I guess it should be a number in which you could easily ask how many properties currently are owned by different individuals and get a total, and then you can come up with a good suggestion on where we need to start with. And that has been a concern by a lot of people in the community. The other consideration you have to keep in mind is once you decide to convert them to commercial properties, they're then going to approach the valuation differently. And now we're going to be looking at you not as a single family, we're going to look at you as a commercial operation. And that too probably will lower the value, and your problem may end up being at the same place you started with.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chairwoman. Thank you, Councilwoman Johnson. Councilwoman Swearengin Washington, did you have you printed out? Okay. And while we're on Councilman Jones, did you have a funding amount for the Regional 1 Health Act?
No, just supporting whatever the amount that Shelby County Commission comes up with, we support that number or that ask.
Okay. Thank you, Councilman Jones. Councilman Warren, you and Councilwoman Logan both had gun relation and gun control. Anything in specific you want to speak to about that?
Yes, I would like to see our legislature think about allowing communities over a certain population density to have a little bit more say-so about regulation of open carry and firearms in their communities, and to perhaps allow some laxity there. Also to allow us to have hopefully some say-so concerning storage of guns in vehicles and securing guns in vehicles, with maybe allowing us the ability to find people who are not doing that effectively, to see if we can get that to occur more. But specifically, my main request is that I think that we need to make sure that our state begins building and funding more youth village-like facilities for our juveniles that are currently arrested for violent crimes, to be able to have a place where they can go and be retained and also fed and housed and receive appropriate mental health care to keep them off the streets and keep them from killing themselves. So we don't have in our state enough facilities to where if someone is arrested for a violent crime, to where we actually have a place to secure them and to make sure that the community is safe and that person also gets intervention.
Do you have any exemplars?
We have a youth village program that's currently, so what I'd like to see is I'd like to see campuses of youth villages built across our state for our kids. If you think about it, if you're wealthy and you get in trouble, what your parents do is they send you to military academy or they send you to boarding school. Okay, we need boarding school, military academy facilities that we can take our kids and provide them with services when they're obviously failing in their home environments and they don't have the ability, parents don't have the ability to control their behavior or keep them safe. So, and that's a state responsibility. We don't do that as citizens, as local governments. That's the state is responsible for being able to, when someone is convicted of a crime, to have a place where they can go. And if you're an adult, it's a prison. I don't think we need prison for kids. We need something like youth villages, which is more like a boarding school where they can get the services they need and also be kept secure and safe. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilwoman Logan, did you have anything to add to the that or the policing items you
Well,
had on
actually,
here?
I will bring forward something with a little bit more information to it. But the general thought was that those under 18, these assault rifles and all of these automatic weapons and the open carry, we need to really revisit that and put stricter controls or reform for those people under 18. And I can bring something a little bit more.
Okay.
In
You can
detail.
just have staff email it to Mr. Ice. And Councilwoman Swearingen Washington.
Are you just, excuse me, Chairwoman, are you just dealing with that one or are we?
Well, your other ones, you have community policing, stiffer penalties for ordinance violations, and funding for neighborhoods, HOAs, and then auto safety inspection.
Did you need any?
If you
break it down?
if you have any additional for those,
okay, I will.
Too.
All right, thank you.
Councilwoman Swearingen Washington, did you want to talk on the two that you have, and those are the last ones on our list?
I just wanted to say that I had gun control on mine as well, red flag laws and ban on assault rifles. And my other two would be a tax on vape products to support early childhood education. In Colorado, voters in 2020 approved raising hundreds of millions of dollars to establish this program, which currently enrolls more than 40,000 children, and the money comes from perhaps from the sales tax on cigarettes, vapes, and other tobacco and nicotine products, hoping that the taxing would have some discouraging towards buying those products. But if they are going to buy it, it would benefit pre-K program.
Councilwoman Johnson, after Councilwoman Swearingen Washington. Okay.
And the other one was senior part-time work in government to earn credit toward payment of property taxes. That's a program that exists, and I have some research on that. I would like to see that.
Okay. Thank you, Councilwoman. Definitely some new thoughts on that. Councilwoman, and thank you for providing those links to Councilwoman Johnson.
Thank you. I failed to turn my considerations in.
That's all right.
But I would like to see what can we do to insist that the state take care of keeping the maintenance on the highways and paving the streets that they're responsible for.
Well, we just talked about this morning, right?
Right. Let's ask them to come through, do their job, and we'll appreciate them.
Okay.
Thank you.
Any other colleagues? I think we have a robust. So Canali, yes, we talked about that with short-term rentals with Councilman Morgan. Okay. So we have a robust list. Councilman Carlisle.
Thank you. Just to piggyback on Councilwoman Johnson's comments, I think the thing that I learned that was really irritating, in that I think to make this, it's very hard when you make broad asks. When you talk to Beecher and you go up there, But the specific ask that I would recommend is this, is that what we learned when DOT was here for those public roadways is that the three sections of the state, west, central, and east, get allocations, and then they just allocate that money. I think we had 4 to 7 areas in the western part of the state, and they just allocate those evenly. And they don't calculate usage, meaning lane miles and wear and tear. So the Poplar Avenue and Crump Boulevard and Summer Avenue and Lamar and Elvis Presley get 10 times the amount of traffic than Main Street in Dyer County. And they get the same allocation from the state as if those roads are ridden on. So I think the ask from us would be to review and potentially look at a formula change that would take into consideration lane mile and 50% plus one. Neither one or one is going to be the lesser of two evils for me. I think my ask would be that several years ago, a very conservative pair of state legislators by statute banned ranked choice voting. I think that my ask would be that we ask the state legislature to repeal that ban. Memphis has a voter engagement issue. I know there are several organizations that have spent hours and hundreds of thousands of dollars for voter engagement, and it's not necessarily going our way. And I think that if we're going to have any sort of real opportunity in the future that is the most cost effective, it's ranked choice voting. And so it's already in our charter. We just need the state to repeal their ban. And I think that that would pretty much solve the issue on how we're working. So I yield the floor. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you for that. We'll talk. I'm sure that'll come up with items 1 and 2. But thank you for that clarification for Councilwoman Johnson's allocation.
I'll probably wait for that discussion because I hear Councilman Carlisle, but if 50+1 passes or partisan election passes, then that would not be appropriate. So I need to make sure if we're going to pursue that, we should add with the possibility if this passes, not to pursue it. So we need to find out what's going to happen.
Well, Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
So I think what we could do is in the ordinance or in the referendum, make it subject to the repeal of ranked choice voting. And I'd ask Attorney Wade to clarify if that's possible. I don't want to spend an extra $1 million or $2 million to have 15,000 people show up to the polls, and it's just harder. And again, we'll get into it, but that's always the concern is that while Mayor-elect Young may have only gotten 24,000 votes with 88,000 people showing up, we don't know in a runoff if only 40,000 people will show up. So ranked choice voting is going on around the country. There's enough data now where when it was first passed, it was brand new and novel. I think it's worthy of looking into, and hopefully we could write an ordinance or referendum question that maybe has a trigger in there if they ever repeal it. So, yeah. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yeah. Okay. Are we good with item number 3, legislative priorities? All right. If you all have anything else, please have your staff email it to Mr. Isom, and we will definitely have a great presentation from the Memphis City Council for our state representatives next week. All right, so we have 2 items that are kind of juxtaposition that we're going to talk about on the day. Item number 1, discussion of referendum ordinance 5883 related to partisan elections, all council districts, sponsored by Chairman Jones. Can I get a motion and a second?
Yeah.
Motion by Smiley, second by Swearingen Washington. Councilman Jones,
Yes.
Chairman Jones, you have the floor.
Yeah. So we are, I think both of these items are up for 3rd reading, and what I'm asking here in committee is for us to hold it until our next meeting, and the purpose of that is that we will have the results of the current runoff elections, but what you have before you now is the results of the past 2 runoffs, and my concern with a runoff provision is that we'll end up with less voter participation than we would in a general. So if we look at the runoffs in 2015, as well as the runoffs in 2019, and I don't know, Councilwoman Easter Thomas, you may have the results of your current race right now, but we can, if we go to the 50+1, and that triggers a runoff provision, we can have a substantially, if we think that 24,000 voting for the mayor was low, we would have even lower numbers than that if we look at what the past results have been when we've had runoffs. So that would be my concern about the 50 plus 1. If nobody gets that 50, we go to a runoff. But then you have, in this particular case, 23% of what the results were in the general to determine what that is. And so if we apply that right now, we apply roughly 80,000 who participated in the general, 90,000 who participated in the general. If we take 22, so we essentially saying 22,500 people total would determine who the next mayor or city council person would be if we do that 50% plus 1. So I just wanted to present the council the basis for my asking for the whole. And I seriously doubt that the results of this runoff would be any higher, but the concern with the runoff is that we'd have way less voter participation determining who the mayor of the city would be. That's why. But both of these items I'm asking that we hold until after the current runoffs that are currently underway.
Councilman Warren.
I would concur that it's
You're speaking
wise.
to the whole.
Yes, I would.
Okay.
I would concur that it's wise to hold both of these at this time. I think there's further discussion, and I am really heartened by Councilman Carlisle's suggestion about taking this whole issue to our ranked choice voting, because I think both of these resolutions that we have here are inappropriate answers to what our problem is, and the ranked choice voting is probably the correct answer. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, if I may respond to that.
Councilman Jones.
Ranked choice voting still does not increase voter participation.
That's the problem.
So it may prevent the need for a runoff, but it doesn't say, okay, well, whatever.
It does prevent partisan politics. That was my point.
So hold on, Councilman Warren. Chairman Jones.
Yeah, but, we're only here in Shelby are we making the apology for being one of 2 blue states here. They're not making apologies for being partisan in 93 other counties in this state. And so this still, colleagues, this is for not us to decide, the voters to decide, not us. We just put it on the ballot.
You good, Councilman Warren?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Councilman Carlisle.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I think that's the point, though, is it's like, that's the problem with partisan and the two-party system. It's just people pointing fingers at each other the whole time. If you watch any interview with any legislator of any party and they get asked a real question, the first thing they do is point the finger. Well, why aren't you asking? Like, that is why it's so toxic in the country now. It's so disheartening. And in addition to that, the problem with partisan primaries, especially in local politics, is that you're putting the hands and the outcomes of candidates into the executive committees that no one in the general public knows exist or who they are or what they do. And they have exerted an extraordinary amount of influence on legislators with the threat of censuring them or removing them from the party. And we've had this conversation over and over again. The whole purpose of ranked choice voting, assuming we can even get them to hear us, is maybe that it doesn't increase voter participation from 88,000 voters to 100,000 voters, but it stops you going from 88,000 voters to, or I guess we had 95,000 voters, I think last year, or in the 2019 election, I think we had 95,000 voters. It stops you from dropping 50% in the next one, and it stops you from spending $1 million. I could take the same sheet and switch runoff in general and tell you that when you look at the county elections from last time and you go to certain county commission races, the primary turnout was significantly lower than the general because the race was already decided in the primary, even though voter turnout was lower. So to the point, if you guys want partisan politics, that's great. I think it is a clear and present danger to good government, at least in Shelby County. What everybody else does, I don't really care. For me, I'm open to the idea of 50% plus 1, even though I agree that there's significant voter fall off. And I hate the idea that we have to spend $1 million for 8,000 people to show up to the polls. But if the general public thinks that is the better way to go, so be it. But there is, under no circumstances, I don't care if you think I'm a Republican, a Democrat, a Libertarian, the Green Party with Ralph Nader. There's Ralph Nader, baby, drop in the 90s. is
Don't leave Ross Perot out.
that's right, and Ross Perot. But the point is that this body has done so well because we don't have to. There may be leanings, but when we talk about progressive issues, everyone on this body wants affordable housing to happen. Everybody on this body wants to ensure that the trash is picked up. We may have different ways that we want to get there, but there are very few issues, and ones that mostly that we've disagreed on have been non-binding resolutions dealing with state and federal politics, mainly federal politics. So I see that as a very clear and present danger. I appreciate the chairman's desire, and I think he has a fair point. It is a predominantly Democratic voting city. That's why we have Wanda Halbert as our county clerk. People went down ticket, period. I mean, I'm not trying to make a joke. It's a serious matter. We've got people that have been trying to get car tags for 2 years. We're shutting down access. And mainly it's because if you talk to a lot of voters, they went in and they just voted down ballot. That's not good government. So I'm fully supportive of getting 50% plus one on the ballot. I'm not for partisan elections. If this body chooses to hold it, which we need to do in the executive or from the floor, so be it. I don't mind waiting, but there are a couple very good options. Ranked choice voting is hands down the best one, and we can probably write that into the ordinance. With that, I yield the floor.
Thank you, Councilman Carlisle. A question to Councilman Jones. Just clarification. So, if we were to select that we would put referendum on the referendum partisan elections, does that include in the ordinance a shift in the date for elections? Would the dates align with the state and presidential, or would it still be on an alternative year?
So it still would be on the odd year.
You could amend the part of that.
Yeah.
You could still amend it.
Yeah.
You could move it.
Well, but if we move it, that's either cutting a term short or extending a term. So that's the only thing, because if you recall, colleagues, there was a charter change that put the council on staggered terms, but it was repealed because it was cutting certain council member terms short. So that's why it was changed to do so. So, as I'm proposing here, the next election is going to be in 2027. That part is not going to change. It still will be in October. Any type of partisan election, whatever the guidelines are, would have to take place a couple of months before October. I don't know whether it's prescribed to be 2 months, 3 months, whatever the case may be.
In your opinion, would if we're talking about your intention behind this is to increase voter turnout, would it be better to align it with the state, even if you missed that 1 year?
Well, this is not about increasing the turnout.
Okay.
This is about essentially what we heard from a lot of people, 17 folks in the race. I don't know who to vote for. And so this is a way for us to get to whittle down that number where people don't have to choose from 17 candidates. Even from the standpoint of where they had to choose from, if we look at the top 4 vote getters, that's still, we still had other candidates in there that, their being in the race didn't impact the outcome. But if we give people 2 choices, it just makes it a whole lot easier for voters to decide. And that's the purpose of this. Whether the number goes up or down, that's not the purpose. I think that each one of us can go during this campaign season. Folks were asking us, why has it got to be 17 candidates in the race? Yep. That's to address this. Ranked choice vote, you still will have 17 folks in the race.
And 50% plus one, still?
You still have 17 folks in the race, right?
Or 7, but who's counting?
Yes.
Councilman Morgan, Councilman Warren, and Councilwoman Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Other than what's already been said, one of my big problems would be that each party would control who's allowed to be on the ballot. And they dictate to candidates, present and future, who you're allowed to work with, what you're allowed to say, how you're allowed to vote in order to be a bona fide Democrat or a bona fide Republican. Our mayor-elect, Paul Young, under the current rules, wouldn't qualify for the Democrat Party or the Republican Party.
Untrue. He would have qualified. He would have been a bona fide Democrat.
There have been two candidates in the last 4 years. DeBerry removed from the Democrat primary, and Brent Taylor was removed. Had an opponent that was removed from the Republican.
You're talking to
ticket.
someone who just ran for Democratic nomination of governor. He would have qualified under the current party rules. So that's untrue. All you have to do is vote for a Democrat in the 3 of the last 5 elections. He's done that. So that's untrue.
I'm telling
Thank you for the clarification, Vice
Okay.
Chair.
But there is a qualification. They say who you can vote for and whether you're a part of their party or not. And so you have politicians that are being limited in how they're allowed to represent the people rather than the ultimate power always going back towards the people and saying who they want to represent them. And that comes down to the individual. So, I could almost get on board with party politics if, in parties and elections, if we had more than 2 options. If we really had a broader democracy where, you had these parties split and they weren't limiting who you got to work with and what you got to say, that there was a liberal party and a moderate liberal and a conservative party and a moderate conservative, because right now we've got people on this council that don't fit in one of those 2 boxes, or through their time, they may shift to one or the other. But once you have these parties that go back and look through history of voting and whatnot, it's a disqualifier and it removes options to the people. And you have these 2 parties that start driving the politics and the decisions being made at the city of Memphis, rather than, I think the 13 of us, which for the most part are doing, the best we can to represent the people. And it goes back. I think you're removing options from the people by just limited down these 2. It doesn't make sense. If I could rewrite it in a perfect system, you'd have 4 parties and you'd have 4 primaries, and then you'd have ranked choice voting between those 4 that came out of the primary system. I think that would work incredibly well for the city of Memphis. And instead of having, I would say, kind of the 15% on the far right and the 15% on the far left who are the most motivated are the ones that are showing up and winning these primary processes. That's the biggest problem with that. The folks who are most motivated and showing up in the primaries is not necessarily the majority of the party. And they're driving the conversation, the dialogue in the country, more so than I think what the moderate middle is in terms of reflection. But I guess we're going to delay this for 2 weeks. We'll have it out then, which I appreciate.
Thank you, Councilman Morgan. Councilman Warren.
Yes,
Councilwoman
just
Johnson.
quickly, the idea that somehow 17 people can't run in a primary, and you still have to vote for 17 people in the primary to get to the 2. And in that same thing, you have the same issue of the number of people running, doesn't make any sense. So that's not really a viable argument for this partisan thing, that somehow you're only going to be voting for 2 at the end, because in our predominantly Democratic city, the 17 people who run in the Democratic primary are going to be the same 2 people, and then they run against a nominal Republican in the election. So that's not a logical argument and not a reason to vote for partisan primaries, that somehow you'll have fewer people run for mayor. So that doesn't make sense. Thank you very much, Mr.
Thank you, Councilwoman Johnson.
Thank you. I just want to make sure we had a colleague that made a comment in regards to partisan elections, and that people have a tendency to go down one road and they elect a person because of that. Well, personally, I've had the experience to be one of those candidates, and I'm appreciative that they went down the road and elected me for 3 different terms for a total of 10 years. So I don't think that's a consideration either. But Chairman Jones, I too agree with Dr. Warren in reference to the fact you're going to still get 17 possibility. And then you're going to have a person who came in with 20 or 30% of the people voting for him going against a Republican. And we're going to be right back in the situation we're in. But I don't think that's my call, your call. It should be the people call. So I said, put it on the ballot with everything else you want and let it rip.
So put
Thank
both of
you.
them on the
Which
ballot.
one you talking about? Okay, Chairman John.
Yeah, and so we don't have to look as far as across the street. Not to, people may have their opinions about the relations over there, but I'm just looking at strictly the numbers. If we look at the numbers of what the turnout is we do not have a lower voter participation rate in the general after primaries than we do from a runoff standpoint. And so if to look at what has been the outcome, the results when we do have runoff elections, that less than 25% on average of the population turns back out. And if we go back to look at it from historical purposes, colleagues, the fact that the majority of the population couldn't get off work to go vote in a runoff, that was the impediment for us having to go to court to begin with. Yeah. And so, so for us to have whether that election be the primary, yes, we can have 100 people in a primary. There's nothing preventing anybody from being in the primary. But when it comes to the general, to give the voters a choice of having one or two, there's nothing preventing anybody from entering the race as an independent. We would love to create a system that could have two moderates or two extremes on either side, but we don't. And so I just feel that we have to operate within the system in which we find ourselves. At the same time, we may change to do so. I don't have any problem at all modifying either one, well, particularly modifying the primary to say having a ranked choice vote trigger in there. But if we go down that road and the General Assembly does not act, I don't think that prevents us from saying, giving voters a choice to say that when it comes to the next election, we want to help narrow down the field of candidates to make your choices of who you want to vote for mayor or even council that much easier for them to do. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Chairman Jones. Are there any other comments or questions before we?
Point of information.
Yeah, go ahead.
I feel like the chairman moved to hold both items.
Mhm,
In
he
executive,
did.
we're going to do that in executive, correct?
You did.
Okay.
Yeah, we do that.
I just want to make sure.
Yeah. All right. So both of these items are held as is, and he'll be announcing it in executive. Yeah, he'll be announcing it in executive. I wrote that down. That's true. Do I have a position? Okay. All right. Is there any opposition to the hold for either of item 1 or item 2? All right. Is there any other business in this committee? Not seeing any. This committee is adjourned.
Light, Gas, and Water Committee. Today is Tuesday, November 7th, 2023. It is now 11:44 p.m. We were supposed to have an hour for this presentation, and we're going to do our best to get that done within an hour. Today's presentation, I'll state that as soon as we get our roll call.
Councilman Cannelli. Councilman Carlisle. Councilman Covette. Councilwoman Easter Thomas. Councilman Ford. Councilwoman Johnson. Councilman Jones. Councilwoman Logan.
Present.
Councilman Morgan. Councilman Smiley. Councilwoman Swearengin Washington.
Present.
Councilman Warren.
Present.
Chair Robinson.
Present. Thank you. We look like we have a quorum. Today, we have one item. Note that on Thursday at 3:30, we will meet about 4 additional items, but today we will hear item number 1, presentation on the proposed MLGW 2024 operating and capital budget. All council districts requested by Councilwoman Robinson. Doug.
Thank you, Councilwoman Doug McGowan, President, Memphis Light, Gas, and Water, 791 North Graham Street, joined today by Dana Jeans, who's our CFO and Chief Administrative Officer. So I will get into the presentation shortly, but I would like to remind Council that we are one utility entity, but that we operate 3 separate utilities, and that all of those utilities have to be self-sustaining. There are separate books kept for each utility, and funds from each utility cannot be commingled to support the operations of any other utility by our charter. And so I just want to remind everybody that as we get into the presentation. So we'll move on. I wanted to set the context for our budget, which I think all of us understand. There is inflation that we have to adjust for. It's eroding our buying power, as is for everybody else. There are upward pressures on wages. We talked about this, and I know we've talked a lot about the tree trimming budget that we issued 4 to 5 years ago, which was $100 million then, competitively bid today at $228 million. And our peers alike are seeing a 60 to 70% increase in their budgets for this function. Across the industry, utilities are having to answer the demand for increase of electrification, and they're moving to grid resiliency and modernization. Just to give you an example, this year, PG&E out in California did a 22% rate increase in 1 year. Georgia Power did 12% in 1 year. Florida Power and Light, 11% in 1 year. Duke Energy, 18% across 3 years. And here in the Tennessee Valley, North Georgia has just come off a 7% increase this year, and Chattanooga's done a 4% increase this year. So you can see a relative sample of individuals all responding to the same pressures. At the end of the day, this budget is about providing us more people to do the work, both permanent and contracted, and more funding to do the work from a capital and operations perspective. I do want to mention that last year you were presented with a forecast for our budget for FY24, and we are going to deliver that to you with 2 notable exceptions that are, in my view, incremental to adjust for the inflation that we've seen and for the increased improvements in performance that we want to deliver. We forecast no increase for water and no increase for gas last year for FY24, and that's what we will deliver. Last year we forecast that there would be a 4%, 3.5%, and 3% rate increase for electrical that would begin in FY25. If you add those together, 10.5% spread over 3 years. What we are proposing this year is adding 1.5% to that and bringing it forward by 1 year, and proposing a 4% rate increase in FY24 just for electric, nothing for water and gas. And then we will propose that in FY25 and 26 as well. So let me provide an overview. We have a reliability and resilience roadmap that calls for the expenditure of an additional $1.2 billion from now through FY28 to build an electric system that is reliable for today and can meet the challenges of tomorrow. And those challenges are sizable. You will see that we will invest significant money this year to improve the reliability and resilience of our system, and there are some examples here. Continued replacement of outdated infrastructure, continued funding of tree trimming, which is our #1 cause of outages, and grid modernization, which is the third of our key components. And the things you hear about distributed automation switches, private LTE network, and we're going to talk about that specifically on Thursday, how we can advance that automated distribution management system. And then you'll also hear discussion from us about meeting the challenges of providing enough electric power in the grid. So we are asking for authority to put some funding into the budget for generation. And I want to be clear, there is no impact on, and that rate increase is not influenced in any way by this generation. I will say it now. Unless I have a contract to pay for the power that I produce or a capacity charge, I cannot move forward with that generation. So without a contract, there is no generation. The funding from that contract would pay for the generation. So it has nothing to do with a rate increase. This is the electric reliability and resilience roadmap. I'm not going to go through every point here, but it is in 3 sections: tree trimming, replacing outdated infrastructure, and grid modernization. You can see the outlay for tree trimming there, and we are behind. I will tell you that MLGW has been behind for a number of years, all the way back into the 90s. We have not kept up with it over time, and now we have 3 new contractors who are on pace to meet our desired goal for this year and to get us back on a 3-year tree trimming cycle. We will continue to replace outdated infrastructure, and you can see the outlays there. That is critical to our reliability. And then moving to a grid modernization, I want to talk and spend a little bit of time about what that does for you. But it's made up of installing distribution automation switches, a communication system that can control that, and then the brains of the outfit, which is the automated distribution management system. This automatically responds to changes on the system and can make sizable changes in the impact on reliability and outage for our customers. So to illustrate that, I've asked the team to give us a model for just one of the storms that we had this past spring to show you the impact of what would happen if you had a modern grid. There are 4 components that would be included in this. First, distribution automation switches, and we are proposing to put 3,000 devices in the system. There were 1,100 in the way forward plan. We're adding about another 2,000 devices into the system to get us a full distribution automation. A communication system, that is the private LTE network we will discuss on Thursday. An advanced distribution management system, that is the software system that responds to all of the inputs from across the system and makes decisions. And then a supervisory command center or control and data acquisition system that makes all of those commands happen. It displays it to our team and sends the commands out over the network. So that's a description of what a modern grid should do. This is the impact of what a fully automated distribution automation and modernized grid would do. This is the July 18th storm, and as you know, with about 20 minutes notice, we had a storm come in that had tornado-level winds, caused outages of 155,000 customers. MLGW did great work in 24 hours, restoring power to 100,000 or more of those customers. And then it was followed on by about 2 days later, when we had another storm blow through and cause additional outages while we were, in fact, restoring this. The blue line here represents the number of outages that we experienced. The red data shows what would have happened if you had had a fully automated distribution management system. This does not account for increased tree trimming. This does not account for replacing outdated infrastructure. The net result is that there would have been 109,000 less people impacted by that storm than there were when we actually had the storm. And you can see the number of customer minutes of interruption that were changed there. That's simply by putting the grid modernization into place. And what you see in red is the restoration that was due to physical damage caused by that storm. So it can't prevent the physical damage, but it can reroute power to people who can take it in the first 24 to 48 hours.
President McGowan, do
Yes.
we have a copy of that?
I'm sorry, I added that in as an illustration here. I'll send that
Okay,
chart to
thank
you.
you.
So I didn't include it in your packet, but I wanted to use it for illustration.
Okay.
So. Okay. I talked about generation, and this is a dynamic and environment that we are facing. There is accelerated economic growth, and across the country, the bulk energy system is challenged to meet that growth of energy demand. There are onshoring of manufacturing, electrification. Those are driving demand, and decarbonization, supply chain, and the pace of new generation at which it can be built is the supply side driver. The bottom line is that peak reserve margins for everybody who is in the bulk energy system are being challenged. And so, despite TVA building 3,800 megawatts of new generation, and just to be clear, About 200 megawatts of that is being proposed for down at the Allen plant to complement what they have down there. That is part of their base just to keep what we have today, to keep pace with what we have. We have talked about coming together with TVA and with our other local power companies in order to meet the challenge of increased demand for electricity so that we can actually allow economic development to continue, so that we can keep jobs coming here, and we don't have to have the fear of interruption of a company that might come here because we don't have enough power to meet their needs. And obviously that trickles down to everybody if we are challenged when we hit a peak day. And so we are looking at several solutions. In the immediate, aeroderivatives provide an immediate opportunity for us should there be a need for us to provide power in the immediate. That is a bridge to 2031. Why do I say 2031? That is the projection for our power supplier, TVA, to be back in really good position with enough reserve margin for robust economic growth. It's just taking them that long to be able to build enough generation to get us where we want to go. They have 6,000 megawatts of solar coming online. They are working on their nuclear portfolio, additional pump storage proposals, many things that take a while to build. So we are challenged over the next 6 years or so, and that's what we're trying to be able to respond to. So this is one of the solutions that we are exploring. In our budget, again, has nothing to do with the rate increase because it would only be possible if I had a contract to sell the power and capacity to TVA. If they are not willing to do that, then I would not have a project, and it would be funded with revenue bonds. But I want you to know that we are working to solve the solution. We are being asked by TVA to help be a part of the solution set to meet the overall demand that we are seeing in the Tennessee Valley in the southeastern United States. So this is a way that we can help meet the overall energy challenge. But there are other ways. Battery storage is one of those ways. We haven't done that here, but we are proposing to add 100 megawatts of batteries to our system. We're putting money in this budget for architecture and engineering so you can design those batteries into the system. Make no mistake, if we get that design earlier and we are able to acquire and put those in place as a turnkey solution, I will come and reallocate funding from one project to the other to put the batteries in more quickly. But it takes some design. So that is our plan, is to do A&E, and then in 25 you would see the first investment. But if I have to change because we're more mature, we will do that and bring those batteries forward. That is key for us. We can hedge in the summertime, shave some of our peak in the summer, buy energy when it's less costly at night, and dispatch the energy when it's more expensive during the day. The other thing that we are interested in, because we know our customers are, is advancing solar, utility scale solar for our customers. And so again, architecture and engineering here, we expect the first capital expenditure of utility scale solar in the year 2025, but it will take us a bit of time to find the land, to put it together, to find the appropriate transmission site where we can put that solar into our system and work out the contractual agreement. So that's the big scheme for electricity. Let me talk a little bit about gas. I want to talk first about how we are positioned. We have no rate increase proposed for gas. We store gas. We buy gas when it is cheap and we store it so that we have it and we can pull from it in the wintertime. We do that two ways. First, we liquefy it and put it in our LNG tank, our liquid natural gas facility. You'll see on the chart that is before you that we are just about full with our 1 million gallon liquid natural gas tank. We also have storage up in Midland, Kentucky, where I have 5 billion cubic feet of gas currently stored. That's more than 20 days supply for us that we can pull from. So in the wintertime, we can choose. Do we dispatch gas from storage? Do we vaporize and take it from the liquid natural gas plant, or do I buy it on the market? That is how Memphis Light Gas and Water has delivered the lowest gas rates in the country. We have done that for years. Further, we have hedges and call option strategies in place, and last year that yielded $44 million of value for our customers. We put $32 million of that value against customers' bills last year. That's why we were the lowest in the country. This year, we're putting $12 million of value against customers' bills, again, to try to keep those rates as low as possible and to keep gas prices predictable. The last thing I want to say is that our liquid natural gas plant produces just about $2.3 million in what you would call profit every year. That is not selling liquid natural gas to our residential and commercial customers here in Memphis and Shelby County. It is selling it to trucking companies who deliver it all over the country to other customers. And so we use that as a way to help fund our gas operation. So there will be significant improvements to continue our improvements in our reliability of our gas system. Regulatory compliance, system improvements and reliability, you can see significant amounts of funding, about $47 million that we will be putting into our gas system. Our water overview. Again, I think it's important to understand where we are. We have the best drinking water in the country, and we want to keep it that way. We are compliant with state and federal rules. We have done really well on all of our inspections. We are positioned better now than we have been in a number of years with all 10 pumping stations online. We have 12 new production wells that are now producing water, and we're putting 5 new ones in this coming year. We have new variable frequency drives. That's what allows us to crank up the volume on those pumps to produce more water when and where you need it. And obviously, we are very interested in preserving our aquifer, so we have funded the first 5 years, and we're funding half of the second 5 years of the aquifer study, and we have that new report. And all of you have seen that and had a presentation on it. So we'll be investing another $59 million to continue the reliability and continuous safe drinking water for everybody in our service area. And you'll see that they're largely focused in well construction and pumping station upgrades, and we are thankful that we have some federal money to help us with this. And you will also see a significant investment in bringing a new pumping station online, the Allen Pumping Station, that will help us with some of the eastern part of the service territory and the northern part of the county. So that is the broad overview. We need significant investments in our electric system, and all of those investments are focused specifically on reliability and resilience of our electric system. We need additional funding to overcome the impact of inflation and decades of disinvestment in our electrical system. Not proposing any increase in water and gas, and we want to maintain the reliability of that we have come to expect. And so I'll turn it over to Dana Jeans for some details on the budget.
Thank you, President McGowan. Just want to cover a few details of the budget, some numbers. Again, this budget focuses on improving our reliability and resiliency. We've talked about the additional tree trimming costs, the 3 additional contractors that we now have on board that are already started on improving that, continued replacement of infrastructure, the grid modernization. This budget does include wage increases of 5% for non-bargaining unit, 3.5% for bargaining unit per negotiations, and that's adding about $11.5 million to the budget. In order to get the work done that we're talking about, the fairly significant amount of work on the reliability, we are proposing 116 new positions, primarily in the engineering and construction areas to get this work done. We've mentioned the 4% proposed increase in electric in 2024 and no increases in gas and water. Our total regular labor is about $22 million over our previous budget of 2023. That's about 10%. Again, the wage increases is about 11.5, and the new position's about 10.8. To put it in perspective, our total labor is about $265 million per year. This slide just is a summary of electric, gas, water, revenue, purchase power, gas, O&M expense, depreciation, pilot, payment in lieu of taxes, et cetera, so we can see our total operating expenses, our total capital expenditures, and then our change in net position, which is another term for net income here summarized. We'll look at each of these in a little bit more detail. The electric division, we're showing 2022 actual, 2023 projected, 2023 budget, and 2024 budget. I'll draw your attention primarily to the shaded areas, the operating margin variance of about $51.1 million compared to the 2023 budget. That is 2024 minus 2023. That is primarily due to the 4% proposed rate action. The expense variance is about $60 million compared to 2023 budget. A significant part of that variance has to do with the additional tree trimming as well as additional distribution contracts so that we'll continue to improve our distribution system. Change in net position slightly negative compared to the previous year. Our capital expenditures are up about 41 million higher than last year, and we'll see more details on that in just a moment. Gas division, similar layout. Operating margin variance is very similar to what it was last year. You'll notice that the revenue and the gas cost are lower. That reflects the projected lower market prices of natural gas, which are fairly significantly lower than we projected in the 2023 budget. So that will be good for our customers, as those lower gas prices will be passed along to them. Expense variance about 23 million higher. Again, this has to do with some of the initiatives that we have going on. Change in net position, about 12 million less than prior year. Capital expenditures about 11.7 million higher than the 2023 budget. Water division, again, a slight decrease in the operating revenue. This is primarily because we're forecasting about a 1% decrease in sales volume. Our expense variance is about 21 million. Change in net position variance about 17.5 million. And capital expenditures are showing lower than last year, and this primarily is driven by a grant that is significant. So what we're showing here is the out-of-pocket expenditure by MLGW. The actual investment is going to be about 11 million higher than that because of the presence of the grant that we're getting. We'll talk about that on the next slide. This is the capital expenditures by division. You can see we're up in each division except for water, and again, that is down because of the contribution. You'll see an $11.8 million grant contribution. We did apply for a grant in the electric division that we just learned about in the last few days that we did not receive, but we will be going out for another round of grant funding starting in January, so we will do our best to achieve get that grant. Also not reflected here, we just learned that we did get another $4 million water grant for our reliable resilience on our well pumps. The next slide is just a breakdown of our overall capital budget, just visual to see that the bulk of it is about 81% of this capital budget is electric. Then there are some highlights of the budget here. This is not all of the details of the budget, but you can see the generation, solar, air derivatives, the 120 million. That is a new category for us. And then you can see some of the other items ranked as we go. We're continuing to replace distribution transformers, feeder circuits, defective cable, distribution automation, et cetera, defective poles. Gas capital highlights, new gas main. We also have some building upgrades. We're replacing some roofs on some of our work center, fairly significant work that's been deferred on the maintenance there. That's included. Water capital highlights, a lot of work on various pumping station upgrades, station rehabilitation, which includes things like electric switchgear replacements, motor pump drives, filter media, a variety of things like that. We also have well upgrades and various other items, main replacements, purchase of meters, etc. And again, this is net of that 11.6 million. Next slide's a whole lot of numbers, but this just gives you an idea of their 5-year capital expenditure plan summary. We plan significant investments in each division. When you add it all up for the electric, you get about $1 billion, and then about 138 million in gas, and about 301 million in water, altogether about 1.5 billion. So when you look at the 4% rate increase, and you look at this relative to our utility bill comparison, our rate survey that we do every year, you can see that this we are at the bottom. We are the lowest cost of all these cities across the country, some of which are not far from us. Knoxville, Nashville, et cetera, are up the line there. And even after the 4% electric increase, we would still be significantly lower than any of these others. I'll look just briefly at some of our cash flows. This is essentially how we determine what we need to do in terms of rate increases or bond issues. We do have three major measures: the days of cash, which basically is how many days of funding do I have of operating expenses on hand. Our target minimum is 45. The Government Finance Officers Association best practice is a target of 90. You'll see in general, particularly in electric, we're somewhere between those two, and we have a little bit higher in gas and water. We also have a goal to have a positive change in net position, that's net income, and there are provisions in state law regarding 2 years of negative net position for both gas and water. And then, of course, our debt service coverage, we have covenants with our bondholders that we would have funds at least 1.2 times the debt service, that we would have those funds available. Then our rating agencies have a little bit more stricter coverage. Then our cash flows, this is a summary of our cash flow model that basically shows our ending cash and investments and expresses that in the days of operating expenses that I just mentioned. You can see there in electric, and we go out through 2026 on this model. And then our debt service coverage is well above our requirement. Change in net assets is positive across the years. You can see our capital expenditures, significant capital expenditures in 2024 and subsequent years, as well as O&M expenditures, a lot of this driven again by tree trimming and catching up on some maintenance. So you see our rate increases modeled there, the 4% per year, 24, 25, and 26, and how much revenue that generates each year. Also see two bond issuances of $180 million in each year, 24 and 25. And then the average residential bill impact of the increases. So the 2024 increase would be about $4.83 per month per residential customer. Next slide shows a similar layout for the gas division. Again, no rate increases over this period of time. You do see that we have negative change in net assets forecasted for 3 years in a row. And we believe that is acceptable because we have sufficient days of cash that we can essentially bleed that down somewhat and still be fine. Don't need any rate increases over this horizon. Water, a similar look. We do have 2 years of slightly negative change in net assets, but we do have significant numbers of days of cash, but we do bleed that down as we get into 2025. 2026, we are showing at this point a rate increase, but it's really too early to lock that down, so we will reevaluate this as we get closer. Every year we update our cash flows based on actual performance and forecasts, so we will do that as well with the as time goes by. And at this point, I'll turn it back over to President McGowan.
Thank you, Dana. So our board has approved us to come to you and make this presentation. We're making this presentation to you at committee today. We are hopeful that you will make a recommendation to take it down to here for the first council reading on the 21st. But we know there are several meetings to follow. We also, not on this slide, I know we're going to consider some other matters on the 9th, so we'll be ready to answer some questions then if you need us to as well. But we would like to move forward. Fiscal year begins on the 1st of January. We believe this is an affordable, necessary rate increase to support our reliability and resilience roadmap. Tree trimming drives some of it. That is 60% of our outages in the recent years. 40% over our history is driven by tree trimming. Replacing outdated infrastructure and modernizing our grid. Hopefully we've demonstrated what the value of modernizing our grid will be. And that was just in one storm. If you could take that across a number of years or multiple storms in one year, you can see the impact that that will have. And then adding personnel in strategic areas to execute the plan. Quite frankly, we have to have more people to do the work, especially engineering and technical personnel, and then additional customer service personnel. There is no rate increase for gas or water divisions. So we have some other backup information. I will tell you that one of the questions you will have is likely, you did a rate increase a number of years ago. Where is that funding going? And we're happy to answer that question. The bottom line is that all funded the way forward plan, with only 2 exceptions, one being the distribution automation and the other being the tree trimming. We are on track to expend all of those dollars towards the projects that were allocated for in the year 2024. And remember, that plan does not expire till 2024. And this funding is in addition to that to get us additional reliability, grid modernization, and replacing of outdated infrastructure, because that was limited in its scope. And so with that, I'll pause and take questions that you have.
I only have questions from Dr. Warren. And first, before you ask your question, I'd like to recognize Councilwoman Johnson. Go ahead.
Thank you. I recall when I first got on the council, there was a study that was done that said MLGW needed to drop the number of employees, that we were overburdened with employees. And I'm just wondering where that study was. Was it talking about administrative employees or employees on the ground? And I obviously see the need of having more people out there doing the work in the field. So can you talk on that?
Yes, I was aware of that study when I was still the city administration. I read the study. I was in the room when we talked about that study, and quite frankly, in addition, as a method to get the previous rate increase across the finish line, I think there was some movement to say, hey, we need to decrease costs in other areas. I will tell you that I have read the study in its entirety. I have compared that against our operational effectiveness and our operational need, and I will tell you that we cannot get done what we want to get done if we do not refill those positions. And that's what we're talking about doing here, is to have adequate number of engineers to design things. Already, my linemen are fully encumbered. We have contracted linemen to come on board, but they can only do the work that the engineers design. And we are behind. And if you talk to anybody who's in the private sector who says it takes you too long to get anything done and time kills deals, they're right, because I don't have enough people to get the throughput done. So
that study was in error.
I'm not suggesting it was an error. Compared to the work that was laid out at the time, I would suggest that, sure, you could continue. If you didn't want to improve reliability, if you didn't want to improve resilience, and you wanted to keep the same level of customer service that we had at the time, you could probably make those cuts. That is not the direction we are heading. I will tell you, the simple factoid that I would ask you all to consider is that since 2000, outages are twice as frequent and they last 3 times longer than they did before. That is the hill we are trying to come off of. I need the people and the funding in order to fix that. I understand full well how difficult it is to ask somebody to pay $4 per month more for their electric power. But as we saw this spring, every single time the power goes out for more than 4 hours, that family loses an entire refrigerator full of groceries. That means something to all of us every day, and that's what we are trying to repair. You ought to be able to count on us in all but the most extreme circumstances when a powerful storm comes through. On day to day, we ought to be able to count on us for reliable electricity.
I just, at the time, it didn't make much sense to me that with the level of service we had, that somehow we could get by with fewer people. So
Thank you, sir.
Just wanted you to comment on that.
Yes,
Thank
sir.
you.
I don't think you can cut your way to reliability.
Thank you. My first question is, can you describe what aeroderivative turbines are?
Sure. So there are a number of ways to generate electrical power. There's hydropower that TVA has a lot of, nuclear power, which you're familiar with, solar power. There is wind power, there's geothermal power, and then there is gas-fired power. There's also coal-fired power. What is appropriate for us here, wind does not pencil out as something that we can do. You have to acquire that from somewhere else. Solar, the irradiance that we have here makes sure that solar is right at the break-even point for about a 15 to 20-year payback, so that's what we are pursuing. We do not today have the ability to generate in large numbers power because, you know, we have a full requirements contract from TVA. With respect to trying to solve the short-term problem for what can be a peak in demand, we have been asked as a local power company to come together to provide some solutions. So what aeroderivatives are, the AERO chairman is from the aeronautic industry. It's essentially 747 jet engines that produce, they go from 0 to 5 minutes. They go from 0 power to full power. You can spin them up very quickly. They are used for peak times when the power goes to the top of the chart and you need to shave some of that peak off or provide additional load. These also provide what they call synchronous condensing functions. Battery and solar power can sometimes be peaky in the way that they produce energy depending on how the irradiance is at that moment, and they can sometimes put an unstable signal into your power supply. What these do is provide spinning metal, which is inertia, which stabilizes the signal so that they can actually operate in unfired state using excess electricity to keep themselves spinning and then generating electricity to even out that pace. This is something that we view as a temporary bridge to 2031 to help us get past that. These are immediately available. There are thousands of them deployed around the world. TVA is proposing in their proposal to replace 16 old combustion turbines, and I guess I'll say it like this. They're significantly cleaner than the old models, 96% reduction. This is like if you watched a movie in the 70s and you watched an airplane take off, it had black smoke coming out the back, and now you don't see anything coming out the back of the airplane. That's the change in technology that you see between what they're replacing 16 of with 6 through TVA. We are talking about, should the need arise, we would have the budgetary authority to enter into a contractual agreement with somebody so that the revenues that we would sell that power to TVA for would pay for this investment. Should they not need it, should the contract not come forth, we would not move forward with it. But that's what these are, Chairman, is they are rapidly deployable, somewhere between 10 and 30 megawatts. You can get larger units up to 60 megawatts that can be brought in, installed in under 11 days or 30 days, depending on the model, to provide you an immediate need for power. So in the event that a large company decides to locate here, that's going to provide hundreds of jobs, and we needed an immediate way to respond to that, us as a local power company could enter into that agreement to help meet that need. Again, TVA is building very large-scale generation. You've heard them all talk about their debt limit, and so they're reaching the point where they may not be able to borrow more or to put more cash in to buy more of these. So we are at the local level coming together as power companies to determine how can we help with this.
Okay.
Hopefully that answers the question about what that is.
Yeah, it does. Thank you. So, and I'm sort of forgetting my numbers here that I've learned over the years that I've been on the council, and I'm still looking at slide number 9. Okay. So this 30 megawatt peak load, that's total, correct?
Oh, I'm sorry. Let me look at it real quick. Slide 9.
So when we say our hottest day or our coldest day.
Okay, so I'll rephrase this. So the peak day that we've ever had is 3,500 megawatts.
Okay, 3,500.
Our typical day is 3,000 megawatts. On a winter day, it's run somewhere between 1,700 to 2,000 megawatts. On a hot summer afternoon, like this past June, I want to say the late June, it was right at 3,000 megawatts.
Okay.
So this 30 megawatts on this, that's how much that particular unit could produce. So we think the $120 million that we've asked for, again, it's just budgetary authority. If I don't get a contract, I won't issue the bonds. But it's budgetary authority for me to acquire 2 to 3 of these in the face of demand that we see coming.
Okay, and so each one generates that 30?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so if we.
For the models that are listed here, that's an example of the model that's listed
Okay,
here, yes.
okay. So if we're talking about 390.
It'd be 90.
Compared to that.
Plus 100 megawatts of batteries, so you're talking about another 200 megawatts. And one of the things that we have talked about is that this community, there are currently, and as you all know with economic development prospects, there are about 750 megawatts of project. You don't often hear it expressed like that, but that's how much new demand is considering our community as a location. We know that not all of those will come through because they'll choose another location, but it's safe to say that some of them will. And so there is no science to this, but the target that we kind of said was, okay, let's be prepared to answer about 200 megawatts of new growth here should it come to pass. And that's what we're targeting here.
Okay. Each 5 megawatt of new generation allows for new less than, what's the RG?
Okay, so let me come back to that. So there was earlier this year, there was a discussion about a reliable growth provision as the first opportunity that TVA could use to help meet this demand. The details of that are something that are still being worked about. That is one opportunity. The reliable growth provision would have said, hey, if you're a load over a certain amount, we may ask you to sign up for an interruptible service. Or your local power company could help you meet that demand, or we may be able to come together as a Tennessee Valley to determine how we can pool our power to meet that demand. So the idea was, instead of having a large load that comes in and says you have to be interrupted, how can we meet that demand with either new generation or battery storage?
Okay. And then if we look at Mr. Jeans, can you provide us, well, I think what would be helpful for this council, particularly next year and going forward, our various bond issues. Now, I know that you say no impact on and not funded by the rate increase, but there's got to be debt service. Interest rates are up 5% from where they were just 3 years ago. So I understand that if we don't issue them, we don't go down this path, but I think we have to look at, this council should be presented with a worst case scenario. The cost of borrowing
we can do that.
has gone up. And so if we do go down this road, what's going to be, so first thing is the bond issues that we've had since 2016, and then what that debt service is. And then if we issue 120, what's going to be that additional debt service? I understand right now, if we don't issue it, there's no debt service, but in case we do, what would we be looking like?
Certainly, we can provide that. Right now, the electric division is about 300 million of outstanding debt, but we can show what we've issued, basically 2014 forward is what's outstanding at this point. And again, for this particular project, whatever debt would be issued, we would anticipate the operating costs and the debt service would be covered by a power purchase agreement, so that would not impact the rates that we're proposing.
Okay. I see these $500,000 allocations for engineering, for battery storage, as well as the solar part, but do we have a projected cost? And I'm not tying you to a particular figure, but we know that we may spend $500,000, but if we go as ambitious as what is planned, we should have a range of what we would be looking to spend.
Yeah.
And I'm looking for that for each one.
Okay, so we did if you go to your slide, Electric Reliability Resiliency Roadmap, you can get a sense there. It's slide 6 that shows the batteries and storage, about $105 million for batteries and storage, and then some out-year funding of funding for solar. And that would represent our part, not necessarily the grant funding part. Dana, you want to add some more to that?
Yeah, also slide 30, the 5-year CapEx plan, the page number is a little bit obstructed there at the bottom right corner, but it's the 5-year CapEx plan slide that shows at the very top under the line called production, that shows in 2024, the 120 million, and then shows just a projection, even 47.6 million.
Excuse me,
Give-
Mr.
give-
James, what page are you on?
The 5-year CapEx page, it's.
Okay, and it doesn't have a page now.
Right, it's right after
Well,
29.
Okay.
The page number was obscured by, sorry about that.
Thank you.
Okay. So we've got 47.6 million just projected for the out years. That may be battery, may be solar, but is just projected funding.
Okay, and so if we look at just having the conversation about overall rate increases, I have to be reminded of what we've already approved as far as rate increases.
So we had a 4% we had a 3% in 2020.
Okay, 3% 2020.
And then 2.7 in 2021 and 1.5% in 2022. And if you recall, the council approved that as a multi-year package in 2020.
Okay, so if we add all of those together, 7.2. 7.2.
Correct.
Okay, 7.2. So we'd be adding an additional 12. So taking it all baked in, we're talking a 20%, close to a 20% increase.
And also recall when we presented the budget last year, we had projected rate increases starting in 2025 and 26 and 27 that added up to 10.5. So as President McGowan went through at the beginning of the presentation, essentially we've moved those increases up 1 year and added 1.5% overall. To make
Okay,
it
so
12.
instead of the 10.5, we're looking at
12.
Okay.
Correct.
Look, I know, and to your point, Mr. McGowan, in the big picture of things, somebody having to throw out groceries is going to be more expensive than what these rate increases will be. I realize that, and there's no way around it for us to cut down on customer minutes interrupted. We have to make improvements to our infrastructure. So, I just wanted some clarity on this, still know where we've been. That helps us to know where we're going. And I just say to my colleagues that'll be on the council next year, I'm reminded of, I got a buddy that back in the 90s, it was his first vehicle. He didn't get a $20 oil change, for a number, who knows how many thousands of miles. But then he blew a rod in his engine. And so where he could have easily gone down the road of spending $20 every 3 months for an oil change, ended up costing him thousands of dollars because he didn't do that. So I feel that's where we have been from an MLG, citywide. For a lot of the things that we want our city to operate and how we want it to operate, but we haven't done the basic maintenance to do so. I think this addresses this. Now, this is just moving forward. I still want to see what that debt service is going to be because there's no free money. So we need to know what the debt service and how that's impacted on how that's going to be impacted with this. But I'm interested in what my other colleagues have to say about this. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. Councilwoman Johnson. Thank you. Good evening. I'm going to piggyback somewhat on what Chairman Johnson. He was talking about that first increase. And we did that because we were trying to finance how many million? $800 million?
Across gas, water, and electric.
Right. How much of that have we spent?
Back up slide two. I'll let Dana look for that. So I can come, let me just show very briefly here, if I can. It funded these infrastructure improvements. So while he's looking for maybe dollar amounts, I'll say it was funded for electrical reliability upgrades, which are substations, circuit breakers, wood poles, underground cable. And you can see at this point in that 5-year plan, we were supposed to be 70% complete. You can see that where we are. The underground cable, that is a lumpy measurement there. They finish miles and miles and feet of that, and then they give it to us. So we anticipate we're on track there. Vegetation management, we're behind, and distribution automation, as I mentioned, we're behind. But we're going from 1,100 switches to about 2,200 switches and adding more in there, so that we will use all of the money for that and more with this potential rate increase. That's the electric side of the house. On the water side of the house, the other piece I would call is that we used $100 million up when we went to the new vegetation contract, so that's why we're having to have some more funding in there. On the gas side, we're nearly complete with everything. We're on track to be complete with the funding that was allocated for these projects. And on the water infrastructure side, we are nearly complete or on track for all of those investments that were funded with that. So while he's working on the numbers, the projects that we funded with that are all on track for completion by the end of 2024, with the exception of staying on cycle for tree trimming and the exception of accelerating the distribution automation switches, which I'm actually adding more funding to. So Dana, hopefully I've given you time to.
So our original, and I'm going to speak about electric, our original 5-year capital plan that we implemented back in 2020 called for us to spend about $638 million over the 5-year horizon. We've spent about roughly $520 million or so. Part of our problem has been, as we talked about before, we did have some issues with supply chain during the height of COVID. For example, in 2020, we had budgeted $109 million in electric capital, and we were only able to spend $69 million. So there's about a $40 million shortfall. That problem lingered into 2021 as well. So what we're seeing here is in 2024, our original plan was spending $107 million in capital. This was the 2020 forecast. And now we are projecting $250 million. So think of it as a catch-up to what we were initially attempting to do. So if you look at the total 5-year horizon, assuming we could spend the $250 million in 2024, we would be basically almost, caught up and slightly ahead of where we would be in our original plan, about $22 million ahead. So
you said a lot of numbers. So let me ask you some questions. Okay, we had the plan, what it would take to get everything resolved 5 years ago. I mean, the plan came in on a 5-year outline, correct? And that was everything that it was needed to bring the city in line. But now you're saying, are you adding items? You said you're going to add some more. Okay, what are you adding exactly compared to what was first presented?
So, and I wouldn't suggest that it was everything that we needed. I would suggest it was a movement towards improving the day-to-day reliability by replacing outdated infrastructure.
I think we thought it was everything.
Well, I'm sure, but there's also
$800 million back then.
There was a limit to what can be done. What I would suggest that what we are moving to here is there was at that plant, I'll give an example. There was 1,100 distribution automation switches.
Okay.
They were going to be installed on the quote-unquote worst circuits in the system. We have decided to move forward with a full distribution automation, a full automated distribution management system, such that there will be 2,200 of those switches and 1,000 other sensors in the system, because it will move you to being able to do the things I mentioned in that chart. If we had just put the switches in, you would not be able to do that kind of impact I had on the chart. You would have had increased reliability, but you would not be able to reroute power automatically to people. And so, yes, this is a significant, if we were just finishing what was started with the Way Forward plan, we would probably be asking for a moderate increase to cover the costs of inflation. But we are proposing to add significant infrastructure here to bring us to a full-scale modern grid that allows us to do things like fault location isolation and system restoration automatically, distribution automation, automated distribution management system, peak shaving, voltage optimization, and all the things that not new to the system of electric utilities, but new to us, capabilities should be.
Okay. What else? Is that the only item?
I wouldn't, yes. For electric system upgrades, that is it.
Okay, that's
which
it.
is a significant capital cost.
So you're saying that.
Oh, and then obviously the $100 million of tree trimming on top of that.
Okay, additional tree trimming.
Not additional tree trimming, actually doing what was forecast. And again, the contract 4 years ago was $100 million. It's now $228 million.
So complete, 120 million. So we're asking today for how much?
We're asking for 4% increase this year, for next
Dollar-wise,
year.
what does that represent?
That represents $51 million of new revenues to support this plan that we have going forward in each year, right? Excuse me, 56 million this year, 59 million next year, and 61 million the year after that of new revenues to the electric division.
So 150 million, 60 million price.
Of increase in the funding, yes, of increase in funding to the ongoing operation.
Okay, and we needed 4% to make that happen. Like when we were trying to get 800, we didn't have that time. The increase wasn't as high. It was like 3.5. You mentioned that previously. We were working at 800 million.
Yeah. That total amount that you're remembering was for gas, electric, and water. We're just talking about electric.
It was still 800 compared to 180. So it still was less than 4%.
That was 800 over 5 years. We're talking about $59 million, $56 million in 1 year, 59 million the next, 61. That's cumulative on top of each other. So 59 and 24 plus the, 56 and 24 plus 59 and 25. So that's $110 million of increase plus another 61 in 26. You're increasing the amount of money coming to the electric division each year by that much. So it's essentially 60, 120, 180, and then you have to carry it out 2 more years. So if I carried that out 2 more years.
So how much are we actually asking for? I guess ultimately that's what we're trying to get to. I'm trying to get to.
So the total amount of money that's going to be generated in 1 year.
That you need
right.
in order to do this project. Because that's why you increasing it from year to year. And
that's right.
You know,
so what Mr. Jean said was $1 billion for the electric division in capital expenditures over the next 5 years.
How much?
$1 billion.
$1 billion. Whew. That number's higher than $1 billion?
In electric division improvements, yes.
Okay. It's costing us $1 billion to add these 1,100 circuits that you want to bring in.
No, ma'am.
And the tree trim.
It's the all-in cost of, remember, I'm adding personnel.
Okay, so that's what's
I'm accommodating the increases in inflation. I'm adding new contracts. I'm adding significant number of people. I'm doubling the number of contracted crews. I'm doubling the number of engineers that I have in the division. So we're increasing overall the operating budget of the electric division significantly.
Now, once all that is done, I guess there's no thing is going back to what the original rates were, or reducing the rates in the future.
I don't believe that there is any going back. The direction that we have is that any excess revenues have to be used for either rate maintenance or rate reduction. So the minute you reduce the rate, then you have to come back up the next year to make up the
That's
deficit.
still a lot. We got Thursday to talk some more about
Okay.
this, so we'll go. What about TVA? They tell me TVA wants 4% more. Is that going to play
They
into
just
it?
put that into place. The net impact on our customer is 2.3%, and that's what Mr. Jean showed on this slide, wherever it is, right here. So our customer survey showed that our three-sector rate, gas, water, and electric combined, is $253. That was December of last year. When you add the rate increase from TVA, it moves up to $2.58. And then if you add this 4% that what we're proposing here, it goes to $263. That's the combined three-sector rate, water, gas, and electric.
Okay. Is it true that TVA is also considering revitalizing the Allen plant out there for additional energy?
Yes.
Okay.
So they have the Allen combined cycle plant that is a combined cycle naturally gas fired plant that produces 1,500 megawatts of peak power. At the site, 1,200 continuous, 1,500 peak-ish. They also have what they call combustion turbines. There are 18, Alonzo? 16 combustion turbines. Those are the jet engines that I was talking to Councilman Jones about, but the old style. They've been there since the 70s. They're replacing 16 of those with 6 aeroderivative modern jet engines that produce the same amount of power. So we're not gaining any power. We're just replacing power that we had there.
Okay, if they do that, what's the chances of that cost being passed? I'm sorry. And if that happens, what is the chance of that cost being passed on to the
rate increase that was just approved by TVA accommodates the $15 billion of electric generation that they are building, including those plants that are that they're proposing for the Allen plant.
So you're assuring us that there's no more increases from TVA for that facility? Because I heard differently.
I'm not. I can't guarantee what the future holds, but I'm saying the rate increase.
You haven't had any discussion with TVA or anybody there about the cost. They called me and told me it was going to cost about $180 million just to bring that facility back up to par.
Well, it's not to bring it up to par; it's to replace it, and I think it's more like $350 million, and that is part of the budget that they have approved. That their board just approved that $15 billion of new generation, and that's spread across all of TVA, all 7 states, and 153 power companies.
Okay, but it affects Shelby at 4%, or is it across the board?
No, across everybody. Their rate increases for everybody across the board.
Give me that statement, something from them saying that's what it is. There's no additional cost coming because of that facility, because that's not what their staff shared with me. Okay.
Okay. Sure.
Okay, so now I'm looking at if the TVA goes in and upgrades their facility.
Yes.
But you still want to pay for all these batteries. So are we going to have double energy available now? What will be happening?
Remember, the 16 gas turbines that they have there today are outdated. They are decommissioning them.
Okay.
They produce 240 megawatts of power that should you need it, they turn them on and they produce 240 megawatts of power. They're replacing them, they're getting rid of them and putting in 6 aeroderivatives that produce 200 megawatts of power. Okay, so it's neutral. We're not adding any more new energy, we're replacing it.
They're not using them. So if they're not using them, you are replacing it or bringing more energy
They are peaking units. You don't do them to generate electricity on a day-to-day basis. When the peak hits is when you turn them on.
Okay, when was the last time they were turned on?
They tried to turn them on during the rolling blackout.
And did it work?
Some of them did.
They gave me the impression, no, they did not.
Well, that's the point, is that's why they have to replace
That's what
them.
they need to be replaced, but if they need to be replaced, do we still need to be buying batteries too? I'm just trying
Absolutely.
I don't want to duplicate services.
Okay.
We don't have an X number of dollars. How can we spend them? These are questions I have maybe Thursday.
Sure. Well, we can talk
bring
about
them
that,
back.
but I would
Okay.
suggest that 100 megawatts is a starting point for batteries. There's all kinds of good reasons to buy batteries.
Okay.
The
I got
economic
another
model means that we can charge them at night when electricity is cheap and dispatch them during the day when electricity is expensive, and it saves money.
We're proposing these batteries because we're anticipating growth into the city.
We would propose them for a number of reasons, for resilience measures, because it does give us the opportunity to have some additional power to prevent us from reaching a critical point where somebody might have to take some other kind of curtailment action. It also provides us additional resilience in the face of outages. It provides us additional resilience in the face of increased pressure. So adding more, the trend is not to add less energy to the system, it's to add more. The trend is also across the industry to add more storage to the system.
But until we get our current structure corrected, the batteries won't work because we won't be connecting to them. I mean, we got a problem there. So to me, I say it's strictly for new growth that's coming in.
We can use it today as well. So that's what our engineers are doing, is to site the batteries so that we can put them into place.
Okay, you see my questions, and by Thursday, I'll be here with you to answer for you.
Okay.
Thank you, but seriously, thank you. But I mean, I am getting a lot of questions from individuals. And individuals are just screaming about any type of cost or increase with Memphis like gas and water. So let me be able to answer some of the questions, or tell me if we don't do this, this may be what we'll be faced with. You know, but again, an increase affects everybody. And some households it's going to affect greater than other households. And it's sad because the household that it would affect most probably needs the most in regards to installation, weatherization, and all those type of things. So I'm really crying out for those individuals. You know, can we come up with grants or something to help pay for some utility bills more than we've had in the past? Are there any opportunities out there for these individuals? But it is a cost factor that I'm getting telephone calls, stopped on the street and said, don't be crazy, Cheyenne. Don't walk out of that door and leave us with all this debt. So that's the only reason I'm asking the question and making sure the public hears the answers, and maybe there can be some type of resolution in between.
Well, part of this is to continue our Share the Pennies program, to continue our Plus One program that provides utility relief for individuals, to provide additional weatherization for individuals. TVA is providing additional money for weatherization for programs for individuals. So I would suggest that the way we've thought about our energy changed fundamentally in December of this past year. And there are only a few ways that we can meet the demand that is coming down the road, and they are listed here. First is to build more generation, and we talked a little bit about that. The second is to scale energy efficiency programs and policies. How many houses do you have to make more energy efficient before you can actually begin to make a dent in that? And the answer is tens of thousands, not several thousand. Then you have to take advantage of distributed energy resources. How do I tap into somebody's backup generation and turn that into a power generation for me? How do I tap into someone's battery in their garage to put more power into my system? How do I take Dr. Warren's battery that he's charging with solar and access that to bring it into my system? And then I have to have demand response programs which ask people to conserve energy and or have them sign up contractually to conserve energy because I have a program that actually adjusts their thermostat. There are a number of ways that we have to do this. You'll see at the top, this is an all and.
Okay. I'm sorry to
All
interrupt you. Can we continue this conversation on Thursday at 3:30? And Councilwoman Johnson, will you please send them the questions that you asked today? Because all the citizens want to know what you asked. So please put that in writing so that we can start our meeting off with that. I have 3 council members that have additional questions. We are running really behind, and that's why I changed the agenda, because I knew that this item was going to take our full hour, and we have gone over that now. And on Thursday, hopefully we'll be able to get to the other items as well. So let me first recognize J.B. Smiley in the room. He has now joined us, Dr. Warren, Councilwoman Logan, and then J.B. Smiley. And then we're closing out so that we can go on to our next agenda item.
Mine should be relatively quick, Madam Chair. Is this only residential customers that are going to have increasing rates, or will this also be an industrial rate increase that's proportionate?
It's applicable to all customer classes.
So all customer classes. And do we actually have people mining crypto, burning 100 to 200 megawatts of energy at this point somewhere near Mendenhall?
We do not. We have had several requests for that, and quite frankly, we have denied them the opportunity to provide that because they produce 0 jobs and they consume a lot of energy.
So we're not doing that in the city.
We have had several requests for that. Now, at some point, I'm going to have to come to you all for top cover on that because people don't like being denied the opportunity to have power, and I'm sure that somebody could make the argument. But when we are scarce on energy and we have people that want to consume a lot of it and not produce any jobs, I think that's a problem.
I think we as the council need to be aware that's an issue and give some backup there when it comes through. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Dr. Warren, please make sure that you add those questions to the list for Thursday. Councilwoman Logan.
Thank you, Chair. I just had a couple of questions. Based on the presentation and my recall, trees trimming was I'm looking in here, is the leading cause of outages in our city, tree trimming. And I noticed that on the presentation you said that, well, it looked like that was the one area that we didn't meet, that we haven't we didn't meet our goal. And it looks like there was $172 million for tree trimming, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, for 2020 through 2023. So, and what percentage was it? You pulled it up and I missed it. What percentage of tree trimming did we not do? And then how much of that money is left from the 172 million that we did for 2020 and 2023? And that's the question that I would like answered. The second one is, because tree trimming is a large area, is the leading cause based on your note here. Mm-hmm. I wanted, do we have those contractors working year round? Do we have contractors year round?
Yes.
Okay. We don't? Or we do?
Yes.
They work year round?
Yes.
So what was the reason for not having them as employees, having like a lot of tree trimming employees on an ongoing basis? Because like Public Service Corps, tree trimming, environmental enforcement, there are several departments or areas or jobs in our city that a number of people can do. Like there could be, from second chance or to just people having more jobs. And so I want to know, that was the second question, why are we not having tree trimmers in-house? Or why are we contracting those out? I'll leave that. I would just want to talk about tree trimming. And then Thursday, maybe we can talk about the call center and customer service, some other areas that maybe. And I know we have contracted out, but I kind of want to revisit that. But today, if you could answer those two questions, I'd greatly appreciate it.
Okay, so yes, we have tree trimmers working year round. No, we have not spent $170 million. We spent approximately $36 million between 2020 and 2023 on tree trimming.
$36 million?
Yes, that's about how much or $38 million, excuse me,
So
if I add them together.
we have the 100 and something million still left.
That's what's allocated. That's what allowed us to move forward with our contract this year and to ask for more money in the coming years to do the $228 million of tree trimming over 5 years.
I don't mean to interrupt you, but I'm old school. I like to ask questions and get the answer in so I can understand and process it. Mm-hmm. So with we've only spent $36 million. We have 100 and something million left to spend on tree trimming. What percentage, the entire amount of money that you were going to get, that you got in 2020 or that was approved in 2019, how many trees or how many miles of trees were you projecting to cut down with that 172 million?
Okay. It was not $172 million. There was $100 million allocated in the way forward plan for tree trimming in order to trim 7,000 miles of trees over 5 years. They accomplished trimming 1,700 miles in that period of time. Only 26% complete against what they should have been nearly 80% complete. When I came in December, they had an annual goal of doing 1,400 miles per year. In 2020, they did 600. 2021, they did 500. In 2022, they did 190 miles. We paid them only for that amount of tree trimming. In January, we fired them, terminated their contract, put forth an RFP to find tree trimmers who could actually deliver the work. And that's the contract that we have before us, is the $228 million for the next 5 years of tree trimming at $42 million a year. Now, let me be clear. $32 million of that is for right-of-way maintenance, and that's what we're talking about. $10 million of it is for maintenance. $10 million of it is for storm restoration and other maintenance work. So,
okay, let me ask you this.
Regular tree trimming work.
I'm looking on page 6.
Okay.
And actually, the very first line, it says total for the trees. Trees are the leading cause of the outages. So the first line total is 266 million. And so you said it was for how much for what you've already received? How much did you spend out of what you've already received for tree trimming?
$38 million.
38, okay.
From 2020 to the end of 2023.
So the 266 that was projected, I guess, from 2020 through, I guess that's 2024. We're adding on to that, or is this is this in addition to what's here, or did you take half of that and add some on? Just explain that to me, because that's where I'm not understanding.
Okay. The $266 million is what we forecast to spend between now and 2028, from 2020 until 2028. When the way forward plan was put into place in 2020, we were going to spend a little more than $100 million in 5 years. Okay. Again,
100 million in 5 years.
100 million through 2024, 2020 to 2024.
Okay.
This plan represents the new look ahead. So 5 years of tree trimming from 2024 through 2028. And all this, that total represents is how much would we have spent, we actually spent in 2020, and what I forecast to spend from now through 2028.
So out of the 100, I just want to make sure I'm understanding, from 2020 to 2024, you were going to spend 100 million. You spent 38 million. The whatever is left over, you're putting that with what's the way forward now.
Correct.
So that's included in what your ask is for today?
Yes.
Okay, for tree trimming. All right. And what did you say about the in-house? Having tree trimming in-house?
Sure. So I've always said that we will be flexible to look at that. We have looked at that before. The proposal that we had actually from the association was to provide us with 4 tree trimming crews to operate year-round to help us with maintenance and spot trimming. The industry standard is contracting this out. These folks have to be specially trained to work in and around high voltage lines. They're not just a regular tree trimmer. And so providing companies that do right-of-way maintenance, it's been the standard for all of our peers, is to have contracted companies come and do that. I'm not opposed to having some spot tree trimmers on staff to do that year-round. That's not contemplated in this budget, but I'm certainly willing to have that conversation. But I want to be clear, there are 90 crews with more than 300 people doing this tree trimming for us.
Okay, so the companies you have now specialize in high voltage, all 90 crews specialize in high voltage. So are they coming in and just knocking out all the trees around the high voltage, and they're going to just knock it out, get it done, get us where we're supposed to be? After that, then what happens? are they gonna remain?
Yes.
Okay.
This is you have to cut the right of way every 3 years to retain your reliability.
So is it possible to train, bring it in-house and train people to do it as a job as opposed to a contract?
Sure. I can talk to our team about that. We have discussed that before, but to get that many people trained up to do this, we had a local contractor before that we asked to bring on some local folks, and they could not find anybody. I think we had 500 people come to the job fair, 100 people interested, and nobody made it through the year.
Okay,
But we're always willing to explore
you're
that.
interested, you're open to revisiting that? Because it seems like a good place for people to be able to go in and get trained and just work for, be able to work for the city, just like the Public Service Corps and other areas. So I was just wanting to see if that could be revisited. And maybe, are the contracts much more expensive than?
No.
They're less expensive than
We have to
having them on staff?
We have to do a fair comparison before we bid it out. And we did a fair comparison, their labor rate to our labor rate, their all-in cost compared to our all-in cost. So we have to make an economic argument for that, and that's exactly what we did.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you.
Council members, we are way past time when we need to have another committee meeting and an attorney-client privilege, and we have not had lunch. I have 2 more people who want to speak, and let's try to just ask a couple of questions, submit the questions so we can discuss it on Thursday. We'll be right back. Vice Chair Smiley, and then our Chairman Jones, and we're closing out.
Well, this clock is doing funny things again. I'm gonna hold essentially my comments for Thursday meeting. What I would like to see from you all is, I guess, a breakdown of what a utility bill would look like, including the solid waste fee. I think that, assuming the council chooses option 2, we're talking about an extra $11 on the bill. And then I think you all are asking for a 4% increase. Could you break it down in terms of what a potential ratepayer would be paying, assuming they have a $100 bill, assuming they have a $200 bill, so we can see over the course of the next 3 to 4 years what an average bill will look like. Just looking at it, if you have a $100 bill, like you're looking at a $15 increase. If you have a $200 bill, you're looking at like a $19 increase. I think that matters ultimately for the ratepayer. We talk about all these legalese and the nuances of it. The ratepayer doesn't care about this. They want to know how much more they're going to pay. And I think, I got a text message today, Councilman, don't sell us out. Selling them out is voting for a rate increase. And you hear me say all the time, make a good argument. I'm yet to hear a good argument for why I should vote for a significant rate increase, because I have to articulate this to the people who put me here to make these decisions. But I still need someone to come articulate to me a reason why we should be doing it. And say it in such a way that the people who are listening, that say, you know what, that is a sound decision to make.
Okay. Thank you, Chairman Jones.
I wanted to echo some of the sentiments of Ms. Logan and colleagues. You all can recall some years ago, and this is just a premise. We talked about this in solid waste, fixed costs and variable costs. This is a permanent problem of trees, but we're looking at a temporary fix in doing so. So if we go back and look at what the increased costs were for solid waste, and I think that we're exposing ourselves to the same thing here. When we bid this out a few years ago, we were talking about $100 million. We bid it out again, we're talking about 196 over the next 3 years. So I just refuse to believe that if we had, now, am I talking about a model that in the next 3 years, a swarm, that we can go out and hire everybody to do this? No, but there's no discussion, colleagues, about having and hiring permanent tree trimmers, because trees growing is a permanent problem. So we're at the mercy of what 23%, if we look at page 6 again, 23% of this $1.174 billion is tree trimming. And so if we postpone this another 3 years, the cost then could be $300 million. So to me, it is nonsensical for us to explore and be deliberate, it can be a major, to your point, jobs. This can be, for people, I understand that there's specialized training that needs to be done when we're talking about high voltage. But if we have this permanent problem and we look at a contractual way to do this, our costs are always going to increase. And we're going to be always going to the ratepayers to say, well, if you don't want your utilities to go out, and we know that trees are the main causes of this, we're not doing, to me, what would be the best route to address this on a permanent basis. In a very short period of time, we've seen this cost go up 50, 60, 70%. What's keeping us, is there anything, Mr. McGowan, there are no assurances that you can provide us that if the next time we have to do this, 5 years, that it won't be 50, 60% more. And I don't see any council approving that. And we've already said, this is the main reason why we have outages, trees. And we're talking about a model where the cost constantly goes up. We can't continue to do that. But it sort of goes to provide us a model, bring something back to us. Here's how long as Councilman Warren talked about from a solid waste standpoint, if it takes 10 years for us to ramp up to that, but we cannot have a temporary fix to what a permanent problem is, and trees are always going to grow. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. We have no other questions. We'll see you Thursday at 3:30, and make sure you turn your questions in and any other concerns that you may have. This meeting is now adjourned.
Afternoon. Today is November, thank you. Today is November 7th, and it is 1:44 p.m. in the afternoon. I hereby call the Public Safety and Homeland Security Committee of the Memphis City Council to order. Ms. Haley, call the roll, please.
Councilman Jones.
Here.
Councilman Colvette. Councilman Morgan.
Here.
Councilman Warren.
Present.
Councilwoman Robinson. Chair Logan.
Present, thank you. Today, colleagues, items number 2 and 3 will be held until November 21st and will not be discussed today. We have 3 items on the other items on the agenda, and we are going to take items 4 and 5 and then number 1. So item number 4, is a resolution to accept, allocate, and appropriate port security grant program funds from the Department of Homeland Security Operations Safety in the amount of $526,580 to be used to replace Class B firefighting foam. All council districts sponsored by the administration. May I have a motion, a second?
So moved. Second.
All right. Is there... Okay, if you would go ahead, go ahead and give your name and address, then you're recognized.
Yes, ma'am.
If you'd like to share it.
I'm Battalion Chief Barry O'Neill with,
Is your mic on?
oh, sorry. I'm Battalion Chief John Barry O'Neill with Memphis Fire Department Special Operations, 4341 Academy Drive.
All right, colleagues, do you all have any questions or comments? Do you want to share? Everybody okay? All right, seeing none, we'll take a voice vote. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? In the opinion of the chair that the ayes have it. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Item number 5 is a resolution to accept supplemental grant funding in the amount of $158,477 from the U.S. Department of Homeland Security, FEMA, for the annual sustainment of Tennessee Task Force 1. All council districts sponsored by administration. May I have a motion and second?
Second.
All right. Is there any, well, are you going to speak of that too?
Yes,
okay,
ma'am.
great. Your name and address and your
Battalion Chief
recognized.
John O'Neill, Memphis Fire Department Special Operations, 4341 Academy Drive.
If you want to share a little bit about this one.
So this grant is a large grant distributed amongst all of the federal urban search and rescue task forces by FEMA annually. They calculate the amount of money that was budgeted, what was spent, money they have left over in that budget they distribute amongst all the task forces. This would be the 1/28th share of that funding to help with operational costs for Tennessee Task Force 1.
Okay, any questions, colleague? Seeing none, we'll take a voice vote. All in favor of item number 5, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? It's in the opinion of the chair that the ayes have it. Thank you so much. Our last item is item number 1 on the agenda. It's a discussion of the ordinance to create a police advisory and review committee requested by myself. Colleagues, I'd like to recognize Attorney Alan Wade for this.
So moved.
Attorney Wade, if you would give us your name and address, and if you have anything to add regarding this.
Alan Wade, 125 North Main, 514 in the little hole over there. I understand there was some question about the readings, number of readings. Is that what we're asking about?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so I understand there was some discussion about only having 2 readings of an ordinance. If you look at the act, it basically preempts any substantive provision that deals with police advisory. It does not preempt our procedural process for adopting ordinances. It is my opinion that that does not displace our requirement for you to have 3 readings of an ordinance. This is no different. This also requires you to have a 2/3 vote at 2 separate meetings. It doesn't say only at 2 separate meetings. It only says at least 2 of the votes has to be a 2/3 majority in order to pass. It also opens up the question of what happens if you want to amend it. It doesn't say anything about whether you can amend it with 2 votes. So in my opinion, the most prudent thing to do is to adopt it at 3 readings, amend it at 3 readings, and do not displace our normal process. It's on the agenda tonight for 3rd reading, so I don't know why it is a material problem for us to go ahead and comply with it.
Kyla, any questions? Everybody clear on the procedure? Yes, all right. Just wanted to make sure we were all on the same page. I know we had some concerns at the last meeting.
And I'll point out that city attorney's office provided it to me, and I think we agreed that we would parrot the substantive language of the statute, so there would be no question that we were in compliance. So I think 3 readings, the way it's drafted, we'd be in compliance, and that's the way we should travel.
Okay, all
Thank
right,
you very
great. Is there anything else that needs to come before this committee? If not, we
afternoon. It is 2:01, and I'm beginning the Planning and Zoning Committee. Today we have 5 items that we need to address. So may I have a roll call, please, to begin?
Yes, Madam Chairwoman. Councilman Canali. Councilman Carlisle. Councilman Covette. Councilwoman Easter Thomas. Councilman Ford. Chairman Jones. Councilwoman Logan. Councilman Morgan. Councilwoman Robinson. Vice Chair Smiley. Councilwoman Swearingen Washington.
Present.
Councilman Warren. And Chairwoman Johnson.
Present. The first item is a PD 23-20, 7057 Shelby Drive. It's a request to amend to the Villages of Bennington PD to allow a self-service storage. It affects District 3, Super District 9. May I have a motion to move it? Move it by Covette and second by Swearinger. Thank you so much. At this time, I'd like to get a presentation from the Planning and Zoning. Please, your name and address. Please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Brett Ragsdale with the Division of Planning and Development and members of the council. As Madam Chair mentioned, it's PD 23-20, and the applicant is Focal Point Investment, and it is a request for an amendment to the Villages of Bennington Plan Development to allow a self-storage facility. Okay, we're back up. Let's see if it'll work. I don't know why. It's just freezing up on us. Okay. All right. Well, maybe you don't have to do it. I don't know. Let's see if I can get it to work. So the location map here, you can see it's in southeast Memphis. The vicinity map on the right shows the adjacent property owners who were notified. The zoning map here shows the adjacent zoning. It is an existing plan development, and the land use around it is commercial and single family to the west, or to the east and the south. Here are some images of the subject property along Shelby Drive and Glen Eagles Drive. This is the original outline plan, and the location of this property is in the upper right corner here. So the site plan that was presented here is for the self-storage unit. Shelby Drive is up along the top right, and the entrance to the self-storage unit will be here off of Shelby Drive. And it is, subject property is just east of the Kroger that is here, and then there is an American Deli in this corner here. This is the landscape plan showing the landscape buffer along the south property line and the east property line. Landscape notes are a little washed out, but they will be reviewed. It'll be there's a plan required to be submitted for final review. This is consistent with Memphis 3.0. And so again, the applicant is requesting an amendment to the existing PD to allow self-storage facility. It's consistent with Memphis 3.0 and the Regional Resilience Master Plan. Again, we will have a chance at final plan review to make sure that they meet all the conditions. And I know that Councilman Johnson, you had asked about a couple of details that we were able to get with the client and confirm. So the hours of operation will be from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. with staff present from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. With secured access via access code. And then lighting will be, will meet the UDC standards, and the intent is to have all the lighting to be directed onto the site. And with that, we did recommend approval, and the Land Use Control Board also recommended approval.
Well, let's vote on this item. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any in opposition? Not hearing of any, this will go down with a favorable recommendation.
Thank you very much.
you.
And
Thank
I
you.
appreciate the staff's cooperation with the case. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, item number 2, PD 23-21. It's located at 511 Sunderland Avenue. It's a request for a new mixed-use development. It's in District 5, Super District 9.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
Colleagues, I have a financial interest in this property, so I'll be recusing myself from the debate and the vote.
All right. Bye-bye.
Playing by the rules.
I appreciate it. Thank you. Planning and zoning, please give your name.
Thank
Address,
you.
please.
Kendra Cobbs, Division of Planning and Development. So this is a new plan development request for mixed use on Sanderland Avenue. It is located in East Memphis, in the White Station area, and we did send out 183 public hearing notices. So the site is approximately 12.5 acres, and there are 3 different zoning districts that are associated with the site. Commercial mixed use 3, which is to the immediate west, and then residential single family 10, and then to the south we have commercial mixed use 1. The site is currently vacant, and it is the previous site of the Racquet Club of Memphis. Looking at the aerial view, we have the tennis courts that are to the east, and the predominant makeup of the site is the larger area to the west off of Sanderland Avenue. Off of Wheeless Drive, there is also a lot that is located, or that is a part of the request. It's currently occupied by office space, office use. And these are images of the site in its current condition. This is from Sanderland Avenue. Also, the image to the right shows the office space off of Wheeless Drive, and then just another image off of Sanderland to the left. So we did receive 2 concept plans for this request. As I've stated, this is about 12.5 acres. To the east is Area 2, and then the rest of the site is made up by Area 1. It would be a mixture of like hotel, office, multifamily, and then also in Area 2 that's to the east. It abuts the Lexington condominium. That has restrictive covenants on that site that limit the uses to townhouses, or actually single-family detached or attached office uses, and then also parking area or lighted tennis courts. So this up here is the layout for Concept A, and just a blown-up image of Concept A, just showing the mixture of the uses, and then also Concept B is pretty similar. It's just some of the uses are slightly rearranged. Okay, so this request is consistent with the Memphis 3.0 plan. The future land use is recommended as its anchor urban center. And just to conclude, we do have 2 concept plans for this plan development. It's a mixture of uses consisting of residential, office, retail. This is conducive, or it does conform with our Memphis 3.0 plan. And this being a vacant site, we found that it does help revitalize the area, and it would complement the current range of uses in the area. So it did go to the Land Use Control Board, and the recommendation was for approval with an amendment to the outline plan conditions. It was actually a friendly amendment for the landscaping, and that would be the buffer to the east where the condos are located. And that concludes my presentation. Happy to answer any questions.
Okay, colleagues, got a question from Councilman Morgan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. No, I was just going to voice my support for the project. You know, if you know the area, there's residents to the east and to the north, and then to the west and south is Poplar Avenue and some of the most commercial kind of restaurant retail spaces that we have in the entire city. And this is a great, almost 13-acre site right in the heart of East Memphis. And this is a use that works. We've had this site vacant for a number of years now, unfortunately. There was a previous proposal on this project, and it was also going to be a similar use. And, so I think at the end of the day, that's what the market is going to dictate to us, that it's going to be hotel, it's going to be some residential, it's going to be some retail mixed use. And we just want to make sure that they have the best opportunity for success, because it is not necessarily easy or guaranteed success that whoever's going to come in and make this investment, that it's going to work. So they're coming to us. They don't have the retail and the hotels and stuff that you can see in this, they don't have people necessarily lined up or signed on the dotted line yet. They need us to go for the approval so that they can say with certainty that this political hurdle has been cleared. This is what we, how we can do business and what it'll look like. And I think we owe them our support and thanks for what they're about to be investing right in the center of Memphis. Thank you.
You're welcome. I do agree with you. It's going to blend right in with the concept and how that area and direction is going in with the layout of the other homes in that neighborhood. Yes, Councilman.
Chair Lady,
Covet.
I completely disagree. We need to hold this project at least 18 months. There are used tires dealerships going in there, including a corner gas station. Colleagues, we must have a hold on this for at least 18 months. Now, Dr. Warren, did you talk to him? Here you go.
Yes, and I'm going to walk you out and make sure that your blood pressure is okay, Frank.
Are you sure? Because, let's make sure Chase is just hadn't fallen over right about now.
I love it.
Doctor, he's got a fever. He's hallucinating.
Colleagues, obviously, I am joking. We've known this property for a very long time. This is an excellent development opportunity. Would y'all buy it? Well, with the council ending, maybe I need to find a new line of work or something. Maybe that was my audition. Who knows? Who knows? Okay, let's go with this again. Take two. Colleagues, this really is an excellent project. We've all grown up and seen this area over the course of several years. And this is the perfect example of infill. And I think that y'all will be incredibly successful. And Doc, go take care of Chase. I'm sure he's probably laid out right about now. Thank you very much.
Anyone else like to have a comment on this project?
Hopefully not.
Hopefully not. Good. At least realistic comments. Okay, not seeing or hearing anyone wanting to comment, let's take a vote. All in favor of this project, please say aye.
Aye.
If there's any opposition, please let it be known. Not seeing any opposition, this will go down with a favorable recommendation. Thank everyone for your time in this matter.
Mr. Whitehead, was the Racket Club, was it nonprofit previously? What was the use before? It was a for-profit? Okay. Either way, the tax sales that's going to be generated from this, and it's going to be terrific all around for Memphis.
Okay, let me. Okay, JB. I've been informed we did not have a motion on this. Can we back up and do a motion? Move it by Covet and second by Swearingen. Okay, we got it. Anybody want to change the vote? No, we're going forward. Okay. Number 3, SAC 23-03. 220 feet west of South Belvedere Boulevard between Madison Avenue and Monroe Avenue. Request close and vacate the alley between west of the South Bellevue Boulevard between Madison Avenue and Monroe Avenue. Can I have a motion to move it? Second. Move by Ford, second by Swearingen. Okay, May I have a discussion, planning and zoning? Sir, you may have a seat.
My name is Alexis with Planning and Development. This is case SAC 23003. The applicant is Tim Maskell, and the application is to close and vacate the alley west of South Bellevue Boulevard between Madison Avenue and Monroe Avenue. The location is directly in the heart of Midtown near Southern Optometry School, and the vicinity map to the right also shows that 30 notices were mailed out back in August for this case. And the zoning map here shows that the current zoning is commercial mixed use 1, and it is surrounded majority by commercial mixed use, some office use, and then across the overpass, that's residential 15. The current land use map for this area is commercial mixed with office and a tad bit of institutional as the school resides there as well. Here are some site photos, the access point from Madison Avenue looking south down towards the alley, and as well as the access point on the rear side from Monroe Avenue looking north. Here is the plat showing the 15-foot alley closure, as well as the surrounding owners for the adjacent properties. And just those conclusions reiterated again, this alley is located west of South Bellevue Boulevard between Madison and Monroe Avenue. The alley closure is about 4,821 square feet in total. The property owners, which are the Southern College of Optometry, they plan to purchase the 2 properties surrounding the alley. And there was a little conversation amongst, between myself and as well as the applicants, a tad bit confusing on who currently owns it and things like that. But the closure of it is for the safety of the students who attend the area and typically use that area to cross between buildings, as it will be closed off. I do know that city engineering did have some comments regarding that a gate be placed, that they do have access to get in for any utility purposes, if anything like that, and that they would not be responsible for repairing the gate if it is locked and they don't have access and access isn't given to them. Staff recommendation was approval with conditions, and well, outline plan conditions, and the land use control board approval was 8-0.
Okay, Dr. Warren, you.
So I assume this means that the College of Art wants to, or the SCO wants to expand and use all that area as part of their current campus? That's correct. So, that's correct. And so they're going to gate that off, and they'll have another access point for students and people to get into that area?
Yes, it'll actually become.
Excuse me, identify yourself and
sorry.
address, please.
Tim McCaskill, 6800 Poplar Avenue. They'll actually expand the parking lots to the east to include the alley.
Excellent. And they'll stop the people from being able to get through that alley from, I guess, Union to across. Is that where that alley goes to? Goes all the way to Union?
Yeah, that's correct. It's a 1-block alley from Union to Madison. So it'll become part of the college parking lot in the area.
It's interesting. That alley has actually been used to circumvent, no left-hand turns on Union, and I imagine that will probably help traffic and stop accidents, having it closed also. Thank you very much.
Any other comments? Chairman Jones.
No, this doesn't go to Union. It goes to that street right behind Firestone.
Correct. It's
Monroe.
Monroe. Yeah.
Yes. Sorry.
Seeing no other questions or comments, let's take this to a vote. All in favor, respond by saying aye.
Aye.
Is there any opposition? Please speak up. Not hearing any. This item will receive a favorable recommendation when carried down this afternoon.
Thank you.
Item number 4, Z23-11, south side of Cornell Street between Phelps Station Road and Thomas Street. Request rezoning of plus and minus 0.5 acres from residential urban to 3 RU3 to heavy industrial. It affects District 7 and Super District 8. Planning and zoning, will you please make a presentation?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair.
And
Brett.
before you begin, a motion, please. Can I have a motion to hear this item? Move it by Ford, second by Easter Thomas, please. Councilwoman Easter Thomas. Yes,
Yeah.
planning and zoning.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Brett Ragsdale with the Division of Planning and Development. Again, this is a rezoning case, Z2311 at Cornell. It's Cornell Street, just east of Thomas. It's in Fraser. The request is rezoning of approximately a half an acre from RU3 to heavy industrial, which matches the remainder of the lot. So it's a split zoned lot already. So about a third of the lot will be rezoned, and the remaining 2/3 is already zoned in the heavy industrial. The site's surrounded both by residential and industrial and employment districts and uses. So the staff did determine this to be inconsistent. I will say that this was a tricky one, just with the location and the various, it's split zoned, and then the various zoning districts that are in the immediate vicinity and uses. We did recommend rejection to the Land Use Control Board, mainly for we didn't determine it to be consistent with Memphis 3.0. However, we did recognize the, kind of struggles with this this particular property. The Land Use Control Board recommended approval to council at their September 14th meeting. So here's the location in the Fraser area. This is the subject property shown along Cornell. Again, the zoning districts, as you can see, so there's heavy industrial just to the west, RU3 to the south and east, and then there's some employment around. So it's surrounded by multi-family, but also sprinkled in with some industrial uses. So here's the land use, showing some single family that's adjacent, but that's the current what's shown on the land use, but the use is not actually single family at this point. There is multifamily, as I mentioned, to the south and to the east, and then there is some just directly across Cornell to the northeast. But the future land use map for Memphis 3.0 showed primarily multifamily, and so this is again where we kind of looked at these two things and just determined that we did not find it consistent. And again, the Land Use Control Board did recommend approval to the council at its September 14th meeting, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Councilwoman Easter Thomas.
Thank you, Chair. What's the proposed use with the changing of the zoning classification?
And I believe the applicant is here and he can speak to that, but I believe that he does a car detailing business, and so that was what he had presented at the Land Use Control Board, but there may be some other details that they can provide.
Gentlemen, will you please introduce yourself and give your address and address the question, please?
Yes, ma'am. David Bray with the Bray Firm, 2950 Stage Plaza North, Bartlett, Tennessee. This is my client. I'll let him. Marciano Pigram, 439 Bill. You want to speak to the proposed use now, because it has changed since Land Use Control Board.
Okay. Yes, the original plan was mobile car detailing. That's what I do. I go to people's houses. And so what a lot of soliciting and et cetera was going on. So I said, well, let me buy my own property and, detail on my own stuff. And now, over the last year or two, a lot of people have been interested in parking their vehicles on the lot. So I was like, well, if y'all park the vehicles on my property, then I can wash them at the same time. So everybody will be happy. And while I was going through the process, come to find out that 100 feet of the front of it is residential. And so that's why we're in here trying to get it rezoned, just the front end, so whereas I can get to the back and start doing business.
If you look at the zoning map, the back half of it is already zoned heavy industrial. The front half of it is RU3, but you're not allowed to access through the RU3 to get back to the industrial zone property. And at this time, Mr. Pigram's got a offer to utilize the site for container storage.
How hold on, y'all. How has the response been from the residents that are by that proposed area that's residential?
We did not have anybody from the immediate running on the same road. With the residents that did show up are around the corner. And can you tell me what the name of that street is, Brett? Phelps.
Phelps Station.
Phelps Station. We had a pretty productive neighborhood meeting with them. They were concerned about whether or not there would be landscaping, which there are requirements for landscaping between industrial and residential uses. They did not come to land use control board, so I felt like we addressed their concerns with what the requirements in the UDC would be for lighting controls and landscaping.
Okay. I asked because I've received various calls and emails and Facebook messages and text messages and social media messages about it, but I hadn't heard any information from you all. Is this your only line of business, Mr. Pegram?
Yes, ma'am. It's been put on hold for approximately 2 years until I can get the front part of a rezone. And from my understanding at the meeting that I'm sorry, I apologize. From my understanding of the meeting that we had with the neighborhood, it was only 2 women that were not understanding. Well, they wanted me to put a restaurant there whereas they can eat, and I was like, I don't know how to cook. I'm just watching. You know what I'm saying? I'm just washing cars. I'm a car detailer. And that's what I do as a business. Now I can put a food truck out there. They said, no, we need a full-fledged, because we need somewhere to eat out there. And I said, well, let me talk to somebody and see what I can come up with. And so we kind of stuck between, rock and a hard place since it's a split.
Can you talk more about that storage unit?
Okay, well, I didn't want to jump the gun.
It's all right.
Okay, St. Jude run out of space.
St. Jude wants to put a storage unit
They
on
want to lease. They want to lease my whole property.
Do y'all have? Are we able to ask for that?
Let them finish.
Let them finish.
No, all you.
Thank you. So,
I want to see it on paper.
That what I asked them. I said, can I have that on paper to go to the board? They said, well, you have to get it fully rezoned but I could be able to take it to the board because it's not zoned for what we need it for. But when he said containers, they want to just park their vans and their equipment. They need somewhere to keep all those containers with their equipment, the overflow of their equipment. And so they ran out of room downtown. And since my property is only like 10, 12 minutes from, then they said that they'll see, but they want to do a 50-year lease. And I'm only 50 years old, so I'm like, I'm going to be 100.
Yeah, they thinking legacy. That's a different, but changes the whole difference of the request, though.
Well, see, we can't do anything. I'm sorry.
Now, you just said let them finish. You going to let them finish? No, he was talking.
Okay, let me wrap it up. All it is okay. I can't say anything until we get that 100 feet changed. Nobody wants to talk to me until that 100 feet is changed. Okay. And like I said, 600 feet in the back is already industrial. Then I got a mobile park. I'm a storage facility diagonally across the street. So everybody on that street, I've been getting to know, and we've been looking out for each other. And also, it's a culvert that's running under Mateo LLC's property that makes that area on Thomas and Cornell flooded zone. That's why it was flooding about 2018, I think it was. So what it is a lot of clutter in those drains and a lot of dumping illegally. So we're getting together with the neighborhood and we're trying to rectify the situation and work with the city and put some sky cameras and stuff, but they won't let me do nothing until this 100 feet is dissolved.
Chair,
Yes,
I want to know more about all of that and the neighborhoods and St. Jude and whoever else. If I request a hold, are you able to work with me so we can talk with the folks in the neighborhood and see what's going on and what's best for your area.
Talk to who?
Folks in neighborhood, you, whatever's trying to go on there, because you have a lot of people against changing of that.
So what?
And it's about 4 or 5 different things that you said that's probably about to go on that space. So it's like if we approve it now for this, for A, you just mentioned B, C, D, and E that may pop up over there. And so you have very persistent residents who are against changing that 100 feet. So I'm asking, would you let me work with you all on within a whole period instead of just saying no today? Because I was prepared to say no when I came in because of the residents that have been constantly saying.
Okay, we have a question from Councilman Smiley.
So so how long have you been in the mobile detailing business?
I'm going on 14 years now.
So, okay. And are you currently using the property at all now?
No, I can't because I have to be legit to use it. So they say I can't make any moves. Go ahead.
So if the council would vote to approve your request today, would you use it as a mobile detailing at all, or are you going to be leasing the entire property out?
And so when she said I had multiple things that I was trying to do, it started as the mobile car detailing, period. I didn't know nothing about
what's
land
about to happen
when I first purchased the property. I'm learning over the years, hey, you got something here.
Okay.
And so it graduated because Bird, it's a truck stop in Arkansas that the owner died and his wife took over. And so they wanted to make it as a truck wash bay. But then I had to deal with the erosion of the oil.
So it sounds like you have a lot of different people inquiring about this particular piece of land that you purchased. And at this point, you want the council to agree to rezone it so that you can figure out, what use would be most appropriate for whatever you're trying to do.
Exactly. I don't want to break no rules, and if I have any questions,
That's what you got him for. All right. So now I get a better understanding of what you're attempting to do.
Right.
And I would be inclined to support it with some additional amendments that we can I'm not sure if we could limit some type of, we can only vote up or down.
Yes, so for a rezoning, we can't condition rezoning it at all. We could look at options for converting this to a planned development or something. I mean, I think that a lot of this is information that, we're just hearing too.
Finding out too.
I think that we could definitely speak with them, and Councilwoman Easter Thomas, you could have some discussions.
And we would not object to conversion to a PD.
Okay.
No, we're not object to a converting to PD. Okay.
Councilwoman Logan.
I'm sorry, I wanted to hear Director Zena's input on it as well.
Came to the table.
John Zena, Planning and Development. I agree it may be a good idea to hold this since we are getting new information today so that we can work with the applicant and bring something back to you that is more tailored to what they want to accomplish, but doesn't open the Pandora's box of heavy industrial zoning.
Yes, sir. Please.
It's 707 feet long. That's 77,000 square footage. And 600 feet is already industrial. The property was a whole pie. I just bought a slice of it. Okay, so the whole property was B&B salvage yard, so it was already industrial. It's only just the front part.
We understand. We got that.
Okay, all right.
But we're just concerned about what your ultimate use may be.
Okay, so
because we have received some concerns from the neighbors. I even heard from some that said you were really loud over there. And I'm trying to listen to fit from you to see what would you have been loud about. If you were detailing a car over there, what would have made the loud noise and everything taking place?
Okay, I'm the only one that's on that street. Besides
Across the street,
across the street,
right.
It's a mental hospital. Disabled gentleman, and they wave all day, and they say, "I'm watching your property." So I'm trying to figure out where
this coming from.
I want to know what are they saying that's in the negative.
Loud. It wasn't. I mean, they were just loud. But we have Councilman Carlisle who would like to speak.
Yeah, look,
from what I'm hearing, you've got two options. You've got a zoning ordinance, which just changes you from an R3 to heavy industrial, and I'm not as familiar with the area. And you've got the council representative that just wants to ensure that she ultimately is the one who's kind of held responsible for those zoning changes. And I think when do we convene again? The 21st? I think we meet the 21st. So we're just talking about 2 more weeks. I would tell you, as frustrating, and I understand, as frustrating as it can be, that 2 weeks is probably well worth your time.
Okay.
And then, because if you start the PD process, that timeline, that horizon is much longer. Now, after you meet with Councilwoman Easter Thomas, she may say, look, I'm more comfortable with the PD, but I would strongly encourage you to take the 2 weeks, sit down with your district representative, see if you can figure out and address some of the community concerns, and then go from there. Zoning changes, because they are so broad, because once we change your zoning, every use under heavy industrial is by right. And so for council members that have to answer to the public, it can make them uncomfortable signing off on that, because even though today's intention is one use, by right, you will have a series of other uses. And so that is the big difference for us between a zoning ordinance and a plan development. So I know that the process can be very frustrating, but I strongly encourage you to acquiesce to the hold for a couple weeks and meet with Councilwoman Easter Thomas, and then hopefully you guys can get on the same page and come back, and this thing will sail on through and you can continue on with your business. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, at this time we have a hold on this item. Anyone is in objection to a hold? Not having seen anyone in objection, we will hold this item until the next council meeting, which will be on November the 21st.
Just at the next council meeting.
Day after Thanksgiving. They had to be past the 21st, yeah. So the next council meeting. Thank you. Thank you, gentlemen, for coming. Make sure you get in contact with Mrs. Councilwoman Easter Thomas and go from there. Okay, the last item on the agenda is a resolution approving an honorary street name change on Marcia Neal Street between Park Avenue and Sparkwood Avenue for Bishop E. Lynn Brown, District 4, Super 8, sponsored by me, Cheyenne Johnson. Okay, was moved by Covett and second by Robinson on that end already. They started screaming. Okay, so I need to take a vote. Can all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition? See, now this will go down with a favorable recommendation.
Madam
Yes,
Chair, I assume you would like that with same 9 minutes?
Definitely. Thank you so much for adding that. Appreciate it.
Councilman Carlisle. Councilman Colvette. Councilwoman Easter Thomas. Councilman Ford. Councilwoman Johnson. Councilwoman Logan. Councilman Morgan. Councilwoman Robinson. Vice Chairman Smiley.
I'm here.
Councilwoman Swearingen Washington.
Present.
Councilman Warren.
Present.
And Chairman Jones.
Present. Colleagues, we have a couple of items to deal with. The first is a resolution to amend the council fiscal year 24 grant allocations, all council districts. This is sponsored by the Budget Committee. Councilman Carlisle, you are recognized, sir.
Thank you, Chairman Jones. Colleagues, per our ordinance, or per the council's resolution, today would be the final day to get in your last allocations. There's a spreadsheet in front of you that's missing mine. But anyway, I'm just going to move this to be heard downstairs tonight. And if you still have those last few allocations, as I did 30 minutes ago, please get them to your staff. We will vote on them. We will not do same night minutes as a grace period, and we'll get those ratified. Remember, we're trying to stay within compliance of this program, and most importantly, more than anything, is to give the grants office a cadence so that recipients know when they can expect the money to be received. I will also take this time to say, if you have individuals that or organizations that have not received or are having issues, if you'll do me a favor and just compile those and send them to our grants administrator so that we can follow up with the administration, it's a lot easier for us to go to them with a grouping than one here or there. And we will get an update on what information may be needed or where they are in the process. We'll do the best we can. But look, please try and get them to your staff, and then staff will get them with our administrator. That way it's a smoother process.
Okay.
Cool. I guess, and then I so move.
Okay, is there a second on this item? Okay, this item has been moved and seconded. Councilwoman Johnson?
I got you.
Okay. So if there are no other council members seeking to speak on this item, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Any opposed? That item passes. Colleagues, we have one other item that's going to be introduced by Councilman Ford. Councilman Ford.
All right, I think everybody got one. Okay. I'm writing formal to request an audit of the Memphis City Council funds for 2023-24 fiscal year. This audit is essential to ensure transparency, accountability, and how public funds are managed and located. Y'all want me to read it all? Everybody got one? Okay, we can read it, and this is by me. I think this is kind of necessary. We have a new council, new administration coming in. I think this is very, very important.
Okay, so this item, if there's no objection, it will be added to the Internal Audit Committee meeting for our next meeting on the 21st. Okay.
I concur.
There's no objection? Okay, that item will be added to our next meeting. Colleagues, items number 6, 7, 22, and 23 will be held until our November 21st meeting. That brings us to our add-ons. Those are items numbers 26, 27, 28. Number 26 is a resolution to appropriate fiscal year 24 CIP funds in the amount of $5,005,750 for Memphis Innovation Corridor Bus Rapid Transit BRT project number GA03027 for the Memphis Area Transit Authority, all council districts sponsored by the administration. There's a request for same night minutes. Item number 27, a resolution to appropriate fiscal year 24 CIP funds in the amount of $750,000 for Transit Vision project number GA03029 for the Memphis Area Transit Authority, all council districts sponsored by the administration. There's an additional request for same night minutes. Item number 28 is a resolution to approve an agreement between the City of Memphis and Shelby County government establishing a memorandum of understanding that requires a future allocation and appropriation of $3,500,000 in stormwater revenue bonds in Drainage Fund number 11289 for the Shelby County National Disaster Grant Resilience Grant project ST03235 Council District 6, Super District 8, sponsored by the administration. There's a request for same night minutes. And lastly, colleagues, item number 29 is a resolution celebrating Church of God in Christ 115th Holy Convocation by declaring November 7th, Kojic Day in the city of Memphis. This resolution is sponsored by Councilwoman Logan, Jones, Covette, Robinson, Swearingen, Washington, Morgan, Ford Sr., Easter Thomas, Smiley, Johnson, Carlisle, Canale, and Warren.
Question, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
We are holding item 6, which is Cash America, correct?
Yes.
6 and 7.
Copy that. Thank you.
Yes, 6, 7, 23, 22, and 23 are our holds.
Move again.
6, 7, 22, and 23 are the holds. And then actually our same night minute items, well, we'll go ahead.
You want to add it to that one?
Yeah, we'll add number 29 with same night minutes as well. That's the one dealing with the Kojic resolution. So our same night minute items are 12, 13, 14, 26, 27, 28, and 29.
Move it.
Okay. Second. Okay, all those in favor of our same night minute items? Aye. Signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That item passes. Is there any other item that needs to come before executive?
Move to adjourn.
Seeing none, we'll see you downstairs in 34 minutes. We adjourn. Just my.
Yes. 22.